got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe or the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks, and so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank, new generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started, and we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at All-State Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired the distressed financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans. That's, targets, the first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. People want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely adjured as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. his love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite, I think I would say that I like to jump on the spot. I love yoga, as you said.
Yeah.
But these days I'm trying to get in the group of practice.
Tony is not just a champion in the Bankiol. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not so. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of AS Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach, we don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry? What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I've met people that does medium and small. I've met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anyone.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money.
I'm people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, when he's going to be singing. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining, this are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a hell. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we gave customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, the person wants to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now it's all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this nylon now, but one nylon now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate one line, two line, three lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Ankara business is not a child's play, I must say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning. But I must say, if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, the number you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business. The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area (AFCFTA) offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on Souq Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe.
Nigerians aspire for the fruits of democracy to manifest in quality infrastructure and investment in human capital development. According to the reviewed National Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan, Nigeria needs an investment of $2.3 trillion over the next 30 years to close its public infrastructure deficit. The current administration under President Bola Tinubu grapples with a huge debt burden. Nigeria's public debt stock, which includes external and domestic debt, stood at 121.67 trillion naira in first quarter of 2024. Driven by the need to fulfill citizens' desires, the federal government focuses on enhancing revenue generation by creating a conducive environment for business growth. Against this backdrop, examining the tax reform bills, also known as the new tax bill, becomes necessary. In an endeavor to establish a cohesive fiscal framework governing taxation in Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu introduced and presented the tax reform bills to the National Assembly in October 2024, an amalgamation of 4 distinct bills. The tax reform bills consisting of the Joint Revenue Board of Nigeria Bill 2024, Nigeria Revenue Service Bill 2024, Nigeria Tax Administration Bill 2024, and Nigeria Tax Bill 2024 currently have passed the second reading stage in the Senate. This is aimed at overhauling the country's fiscal policies. The reform focuses on value-added tax, VAT adjustments, corporate tax restructuring, a tax tribunal with statutory responsibilities to settle disputes, and targeted incentives for medium and small-sized enterprises, technology and manufacturing. The goal is clear: to simplify the tax system, increase government revenue, and stimulate growth.
In 24 does not show full generation. Because of this, we decided, instead of amending our old laws that we inherited from the colonial masters, why don't we write new ones for ourselves? And this has been done in many countries across the world. This is what led to us trying to harmonize so many taxes that we have in Nigeria into few high revenue yielding, broad-based taxes, and eliminate those taxes that impose burden on our poorest people and small businesses so they can have the opportunity to thrive. It is when our people are prosperous that you have the ability to pay taxes. We do not want to tax capital anymore. We do not want to tax investments. We do not want to tax poverty. Of course, we do not want to tax seed. We will wait and tax the fruits when people have invested and they are making prosperity.
let's briefly delve into the provisions of the new tax reform bills. The bills propose a change to the distribution of value-added tax, VAT. It recommends 10% for the federal government, 55% for state, and 35% for local government councils. It also increases the derivation reflected in the allocation distribution among states and local governments from 20% to 60% in the spirit of fairness. The reform bills advocate zero VAT on exports and essentials such as food, education, healthcare, renewable energy, rent, and public transportation. Addressing the needs of Nigerian workers, the bill provides an exemption from personal income tax for employees earning $800,000.
It's a great time to be on the front burners today. I am Blessing Aichi. This is Monday. It happens to be the 17th day of February 2025. How did you spend your weekend? I hope you had some time to relax, re-strategize for this new week, because every day and every week presents us with new opportunities. So I hope that you are well positioned to take advantage of those opportunities. Just in case you do not have sufficient information, well, that's why the front burners is here to give you that information, also provide perspective to current happenings across the globe. I do not do this alone. Priya Krumale is also in the studio with me this morning. Hello, Priya. Good morning.
Hello, Blessing. Good morning to you.
It's great to see you. A new version of you today.
It's okay. It's Monday morning, lots of surprises.
Oh, I do hope they are pleasant ones. All right, talking about surprises, let's get into the stories that have made the headlines. Let's see if there is any surprise there. Well, when it comes to the Nigerian economy, a bit of surprise, but on the positive notes, as Nigeria's economic activities expanded for the second consecutive month, according to a report from the Central Bank of Nigeria. Now, that report indicates that the composite Purchasing Managers Index PMI for January 2025 stood at 50.2 index point. That signaled an expansion in economic activities for the second straight month. Let's clap for Nigeria's economy. All right, moving on. That story also says that three sectors, industry, services, and agriculture, stood out in the report. And it's quite interesting to know that the Nigeria's economy is rebounding. But let's look at those critical sectors: agriculture, services, and industrial activities actually contributing to that growth. For agriculture, it's good because it's a large employer of labor for Nigeria. It's also a revenue earner for the country. And when we're doing well in agriculture, it means that we're getting close to food security in the country.
Yes, I thought as much. I was not surprised because recently we recorded about $2.7 billion in the non-export of the products from Nigeria abroad. So, and if you look at what that specific report talks about, it talks about how agriculture was leading in that regard, even though there's still loud calls that some of the products that we produce in the country, we ship them abroad, and the Standard Organization of Nigeria, including other organizations of Nigeria, whose desk, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, whose desk some of these goods will have to go through before it hits the international market, will still be beckoning and calling out on Nigerians to make sure, most especially our producers, that these products that we're shipping out there, other claims that we're taking the products to have a specific standard for which these products must meet. And if Nigerian goods are in current demand out there, we must meet those specific standards in order for us to have increase of what we produce and send abroad. Also, I'm not surprised quite for agriculture, because when we look at the country, and I think we will do more, exceedingly more, if we really pay attention, because some of the materials, if not most, more than 50% of which we export out of the country, we do not put in value most of them do not have value-added elements on it. And if we do not have value-added element on it, we just export them outside in their raw material stage, then it will be shipped back as processed goods back to Nigeria. And this is going to affect our balance of payment system, which actually just calculates the rates of imports and export of a country within a specific period of time, the transactions of import and export within a specific period of time. And if we're doing that and our import exceeds our export, then balance of payment wise, we are operating in the negative. So I think what we must be paying attention to currently now at the moment is value-added products from agricultural stables.
Yes, that's very important because like you've mentioned, if we're only concentrating on primary produce, so we ship them out and then they become imported products, like Nigeria has competitive advantage in agricultural produce like sesame seeds and some other agricultural produce, even cassava, but we're not tapping into it. Now, they've even found that the byproducts of agriculture of cassava are more than what we're currently making out of it. You know, there's industrial need for cassava. You know, there's the food need for it, but we're basically concentrating on the food need and not concentrating on the industrial need. So when we ship it abroad, those who know the advantage of it and what it can be used for industrially, they use it, and then we buy the industrial produce from them, products from them, and it becomes very expensive. So investing largely in value addition would be a very good thing for Nigeria. Even in the way we practice agriculture, so much of subsistence farming is still ongoing.
Yes.
Apart from the big companies that need some agricultural produce as raw materials, that have taken over very few farms, so it seems more like they're producing for those companies. But if we have this big farm spread, you know, around, even if it means like farmers coming together to acquire more land and to be able to acquire farming, modern farming tools and machinery, that will help. So it will also provide employment for more people. So the reason, part of the reason why young people do not want to do farming or do not want to go into agriculture is because of the crude way they still see it being practice is very, very labor intensive. And so very young people, particularly people who are maybe between the ages of 18 to 25, not being used to that sort of life, you are asking them to leave school for those who have gone through school and then get into that. For them, it seems like that's dirty, that's too tedious, they don't want to do that. So they rather go for the white-collar job. But if there was modernization of it, large scale, then all they need to do is know how to use this machinery, like for where you have tractors and all, you know, it will make it look appealing. They see their peers on the farm looking good, not as if you have to look like you're in the office, but not the picture that they have in their mind of farmers. That's what will encourage many of them to go into it. There are some who have gone into other aspects of agriculture and they're doing well, like in livestock production, you know, livestock rearing and some other things, even with some of the produce now that I think we actually wait for the West to tell us what can this produce generate for us. Like mushroom. We used to know mushroom as just, you know, a plant that grows. For some, it grows without them intentionally planting it. They just find that it's in their garden. Until the use of mushroom became widespread. Oh, you can use it for so many things. We had so many other countries coming here to buy mushroom. That's when we saw people going into the cultivation of mushroom. So we shouldn't wait for that. There are things that we can research on our own. That's why we have the Research Institute, and that's why we have agriculture as a course in universities. It should be studied. There are different aspects that should be studied to improve how we do agriculture. If it means that the seeds that we're using be modified, you know, whatever ways, as long as it is healthy for us. But moving away from the contribution of agriculture, let's also look at the services sector, which experienced a bit of decline. And also for raw materials, it slowed. Supply chain, there was supply chain disruption. So that's a critical issue, because if there's disruption in supply chain, it then means that those who are waiting to get those raw materials, those who are waiting to be off-takers of certain products, their own production time will be delayed, and it also means that the cycle which it takes for the return on investments to come would also be delayed.
If you look at it, that specific report, it talked about industry and talked about agriculture. These areas, though, experienced increase, but at the same time, it also witnessed some form of decrease. In talking about the services sector you just mentioned,
Yes.
and that services sector equally still talked about machineries that were needed for same agriculture products and the value chain that actually connects, which serves as the nexus around that. Now, I am not equally surprised about that, because when we look at that agriculture, we will equally have to look at other sectors that will have an impact when we start talking about power. And I don't want to go into the issue of the incessant grid collapse and how Nigerians, and most especially businessmen, are trying to, cultivate other sources, alternative sources of electronic power. That equally had its own toll. So there's something I equally want to read for clarity concerning that specific report. He said, okay, I'm going to get that later if it seems to be delaying from coming up.
Okay, we'll talk about machineries for agricultural produce. You know that Naseni had done some work regarding irrigation, and they also produce farming tools.
Yes.
So I think if the government can maybe do more investments, and if they can have, if there can be some form of private partnership, private-public partnership with Naseni in terms of mass producing some of these machineries. But I think the capacity of Naseni needs to be increased so that some of these machineries, if they can be produced within Nigeria here, it will reduce that case of the slowness of the machineries arriving for the agricultural activities. And also, if there are some of these machineries, let's check our neighbors, African countries. How are they doing it? Is it that they import every machinery that they use, or there are some that they've been able to come up with technology to do? So I think collaboration would take us faster to where we want to be.
The specific section I wanted to look at on is the analysis of the 36 subsectors. Analysis of the 36 subsectors reviewed across industry, services, and agriculture indicated 17 subsectors reported growth in economic activities, with the transportation equipment subsector recording the highest expansion. Conversely, 17 subsectors experienced a decline, with the forestry posting the steepest contracting, while 2 subsectors remained unchanged. Okay, so when we look at the transportation subsector, that's inadvertently connected to agriculture. I don't know why I cannot just leave that terrain.
No, it's very important. It's a critical subsector.
It's a critical subsector. So if it is affected in a way, it's also going to affect agriculture, because most of our farms. And earlier when I mentioned that we have not started adding value, it doesn't mean there are no companies or there are no organizations doing that. The IITA, we know, is a very big organization and foremost in production of staple foods and staple crops in Nigeria, and it is doing well in its own regards, but it alone cannot cover the vast market that is needed in Nigeria, and also to influence export into contiguous countries abroad. So, and if transportation, no matter where these farms, big farms, are located, in Ogun State or in the forest areas, where these farms, these locations are, getting transportation down there to bring out these commodities equally poses a challenge, the lack of it. And that in itself, I'm not sure, or I'm very certain rather, affected the distributing stage, which is what we referred to as earlier on. So moving away from that.
I would also want us to look at forestry, the contraction in forestry. Forestry posting the steepest contraction, while 2 subsectors remain unchanged. If we look at what's been going on in that area, we seem to be felling more trees than we're planting. Now, if you go to areas that used to be known as places where you could source timber, where you could source forestry materials, many of them, some even complain that when you go to those areas, you don't even get timber to buy anymore. Like the forest is empty. There's much deforestation happening, and that's why sometimes the government bans the activities of those who fell trees, but some still do that illegally. But the fundamental issue here is that problem of deforestation. So I think a lot of attention needs to be put into that to ensure that, you know how they say that for one tree that you fell, you have to plant 5 more. I think in our own case, it should be for one tree that you fell, you have to plant 20 more because of the rate at which deforestation is happening in Nigeria. One, there's illegal activity around the forest. Secondly, we're not paying attention to it. We just feel like, oh, when you're traveling past the highway, you know, you could see forest here and there. But do we still have as much trees as we used to have in the forest? So that's one sector I think we also need to look at, because there you also get materials for furniture makers, a lot of, even for those who do natural medicine, they also source raw materials from there, because there are some herbs, there are some trees that grow there that you will not find in a regular farm because of the way they're naturally positioned. So that's a lot. It's a good one that Nigeria's economy has expanded, but I think it's just an eye-opener that there are key sectors we need to well position and at least give more attention. But this does not, the growth does not translate to all sectors. So if we want the economy to do better, we must now begin to pay attention to other sectors like the services sector. What is the problem? Transportation is part of the issue. We also know that where there isn't much income and much spending power of the people, the demand for services too would also decline, because some companies will have to substitute the principle of opportunity cost will come in. So what are you setting aside for the other? That's also an issue. We move on to the next story, which is Nigerian Army intensified crackdown on illegal oil activities in Niger Delta, and they've arrested 12 suspected oil thieves and destroyed 25 illegal refineries, and also recovered 96,000 liters of stolen crude and dismantled 18 boats used in illicit operations across 4 states in the region. The issue of crude oil thieves, the issue of illegal refinery, it seems like one that will never go away.
No, it won't.
Why do you think it will never go away?
It will never end because I want to briefly take us back to what happened when I want to call him Mr. Tantita, when the government, Bumpulu Tompolo, being assigned, his company being assigned security watch over the pipelines in the Niger Delta area, and some section in the Niger Delta area, and how the company, that's Tantita Security Agencies, has been approaching or be getting, apprehending some of the oil thieves who are using.
Yes, for those who are into illegal refinery. You know, the other time we talked about it, we were looking at the possibility of converting them to those who would refine legally. So we have in the Niger Delta region, the Petroleum Training Institute, PTI. How about for those people? Because for one, it's one thing to arrest people and let them serve jail time. Now, the good news is that the prison service has been renamed Correctional Center rather. So it should be not just for people to go to jail and serve time. There should be some correctional activities. This set of people, is there a way to make them study this crude oil refining that they know how to do, but not very well, and so they're doing it illegally? Can they be taught how to refine crude, so that instead of having illegal refineries, we're having more modular refineries? Now, it may seem like some encouragement for crime, but there's a way we can be proactive rather than being reactive. So if there's some form of scholarship that offers people in that area the chance to acquire this knowledge formally, and then there is some internship scheme where they are assigned to industries, could be modular refineries around, so that this knowledge that they already have on the streets, they can refine it and know how to do it properly. And then they work as resource persons for the modular refineries for more production.
Okay.
Because if it's just a thing of, wanting to catch the guys and arrest them, I don't think this will stop. Because they are also looking for a way to earn a living, even though they're going about it the wrong way. And there's also the entitlement side of it, where some of them feel this is our land. This natural resources come from our land, so it's for us. We can take it as much as we want.
Okay.
And then there's also the disbelief and mistrust in government over the years that we've left the refining of crude to them. What comes to us as a people at the end of the day? They look around them, they see degradation, environmental degradation. So they feel like, let's take our destiny into our hands so that we by ourselves can refine this crude. The day they catch them, no problem. Some of them have set it in their mind that, well, if they're caught, fine. If they're not caught, and that's why they do it in the bush. Now, those bushes where these activities happen also need to be exposed. If there are activities happening around there, if there are no bushes to hide in, then it becomes more difficult carrying out such practices in the open. So there are lots that can be done aside setting up task force to go after those who are doing this, because the country is losing a lot. Now, the target for Nigeria in this year is to produce 2 million barrels per day. We're still hovering around 1.6, 1.7. With oil thieves taking part of it, how do we achieve that aim?
Okay. I was trying to make a point earlier on before that distraction came. So what I was trying to say about Tantita and Mr. Government Tompolo's activities was that oil thievery is never going to be a thing of the past in the Niger Delta area. I was making that statement because those who engaged in that act are not just street urchins. They are not just street boys. They are not just people who live in the streets and how can you take up on yourself the responsibility or the act, or to go learn it, God knows from where, how to cook crude, using crude means. And from that you can get kerosene, you can get diesel, probably you can even get gas using the method. And this is dangerous. Some of them die in the process whilst doing that in the forest. So during some of the arrests that Tantita engaged earlier on, I remember 2023, when it arrested a specific ship on the rivers. What happened? There were naval officers and there were military officers aboard the ship. And his organization, his security organization, that's the Tantita Security Services, who actually apprehended these vessels conveying a large amount of crude away from the shore, where, when they apprehended them, the naval officers and the military officers prevented him from actually apprehending and arresting them until they had to call the National Security Advisor. Oh, that should be 2024. They had to call the National Security Advisor, who was Malam Nuhu Ribadu, who is the current National Security Advisor to the President. So they had to make those calls before they settled. So it's not going to stop, because big wigs, there have been accusations coming from some prominent persons in the Niger Delta area that even big wigs in the military and outside the military are part of those who are participating in crude oil and in oil thievery. Probably, maybe they don't need to go like those boys into the forest to go cook the substance. Probably they ferry it across the shore like and sell it to the big buyers.
The support and all is needed for the boys to carry out the job.
Or probably the boys operate on their own terms, and these big wigs operate on their own terms, where they have it loaded in ships that would take it across the shore and sell to illegal buyers who don't come through the Nigerian government to buy those products. It could be through that process. And most of the times when you say oil thieves are caught, illegal refineries, they are the ones, the petty ones you find in the forest who have drums loaded it somewhere in the forest and they are cooking the material. Those big wigs won't, bring themselves down to that level to operate at that level. So it's a thing that's never going to stop until, because I wanted to reference Senator Oshomole, who made a very, very huge remark about that, and that the way the government is treating and handling oil thievery in the Niger Delta, if it has been using the same way to handle those who are illegally mining gold in the northern part of the country, maybe we would have been getting somewhere somewhere that will provide us the results. So,
in spite of it, the government is also not getting enough results in the Niger Delta, regardless of how intense the government has been pursuing this issue.
So what you need to do is bring these boys in, bring them into the scope of things. So if I think the government is actually giving a forecast accurately, because if we are producing 1.5 million barrels per day or 1.45 million barrels of crude per day as it currently stands, and the forecast of the government in alignment with the 2025 budget is about 2 million barrels per day, we are supposed to be producing that. What about the barrels of oil that this non-state actors or these boys who actually cook the fuel, what about the ones they do? The government doesn't factor that into it. So the government...
That's unaccounted for because it's illegally done. So monies from that doesn't go into the coffers of the government.
So the number, how many barrels per day that those illegal, called illegal refiners refine is not even factored into the calculation of the government. And if it is not factored in, why can't the government, probably even if it does not want to give them license to operate, the government can regulate them and get oil from them.
Okay, the way we have artisanal mining,
them.
you're indirectly asking that we should have some form of artisanal refining.
If we have artisanal gold mining,
we should have artisanal refiners.
I know they want to refer that to modular refinery and all of that.
But modular refineries are still like an upscale thing.
It is, and quite upscale, and it's capital intensive. We're not trying to ask the government, let me know, to refine or to legalize an illegal act. But even an illegal act, when it is turned around to benefit the state, as long as it's not posing health challenge and health hazard to the people in the community, as long as it is not taking the economic power of the community, of the people in the community away, because we know MNOs, multinational organizations who go into flaring of gas in the Niger Delta and even in River State, they've been carrying out activities that sometimes has brought oil spill in the Niger Delta, which led to the crumbling of the farming communities and the fishery communities in the Niger Delta. Those ones have a very detrimental impact on those who live in the communities. So what about those who just do it and you've called them illegal refiners?
No, the reason why part of the reason they're called illegal refiners, because it's not just about the fact that they have access to crude without authorization. It's even how they carry out their activities. And the way they're refining, they're not refining in the standard way. When crude oil is refined, there are several petroleum products that comes from it.
Yes.
So you have your diesel, there's kerosene, there's premium motor spirits, probably known as petrol, and several other products that come from it. Now, when they refine, most of the time what they turn out is diesel. And maybe kerosene.
Diesel, kerosene, and premium motor spirit fuel.
So what is the quality of the premium motor spirit that they turn out? All of these are things we need to factor in. So if we're talking about artisanal mining and artisanal refining, now there may be two different things, because those who are doing artisanal mining a lot of times do not refine the materials themselves. They sell the primary products to those who would then do the refining of the materials. But if we're talking about these ones, they are sourcing by themselves and also refining. And so because there is need for quality, it may not be very okay to just leave them by themselves. But if the government can find a way to regulate them, I think that may work. But I think they still need more training before, so the regulation will ensure that whoever is coming into it, then we know who to hold. They come under an umbrella. Even if they can be maybe like 4 or 5, less than what a modular refinery can take. then they must have a sort of refinery, not the regular cooking in the bush. No, that's too crude. That's too crude to be allowed.
Okay.
So they must have certain equipment in place. They must have, even if it's something like that looks like maybe a miniature refinery, but they must have the distilled processes set up. You know, what will take care of all the distilled processes so that whatever we are producing goes through the process that it should go through before the final product to ensure standard. And that's going to take a lot. But the question is, will the boys be willing to come under that fold? Or they're just used to working for themselves, burning the crude in the bush, and then getting what they can get for themselves? But I think that if the local leaders there are in sync with the government plan, the local leaders can mobilize these boys, because the local leaders also know those who are into this. So without the cooperation of the local leaders, I don't think that will get anywhere. Okay. That's on one level. Now, like you've highlighted, there are several levels to this. The ones that are mostly seen, or the corporates that are mostly apprehended, are those at the lower cadre. There are those who deal on high-level oil thievery, the ones that ship out crude oil in barrels, thousands of barrels, out of Nigeria. You know, there was a time that it seemed like Nigeria was losing as much as 900,000 barrels per day to oil thieves. And then we were just able to make about 1 million barrels per day. So it's more like they were sharing it. The country takes this is what we take. Non-state actors sharing the resources of the country. And there is some complicity in that area. Because how do you ship out thousands of barrels of crude across Nigerian waters, across the sea, where you have the Navy, you have the Marine Police, and you have the Joint Task Force? And now there's a company in charge of investigation, you know, investigating oil thievery around that area. How are they able to do it? Burning boats will not solve it. That area where there is complicity, I think it is time for us to begin to hold people accountable. That whoever is fingered and investigated to be culpable, then the law has to take its course. Okay. Companies that are fingered in it should be made to pay for it. So this is where I think we can go. Otherwise, if it's about catching, I like to use the word foot soldiers of the thieves. If it's about catching them, destroying the crude itself, there are times when vessels have been apprehended, vessels have been apprehended on the sea, and the crude and the vessels are destroyed. And you're asking, like, who's at a loss here? Should the crude be destroyed as well as the vessel? If they have been caught, if you have caught thieves with vessels of, with barrels of crude oil in a vessel, the crude oil belongs to Nigeria. So I don't think that the crude oil should be destroyed alongside the vessel. Even the vessel does not necessarily have to be destroyed, because it can be used, you know, for shipping other items. So it can become government's property, can be confiscated rather than destroyed. Destroying means like you're trying to remove evidence.
It doesn't make
sense.
So
we don't know the company that owns the vessel because it's been set on fire. How then do we get to the bottom of this?
Okay.
There's a lot that I think needs to be unraveled. There's a lot I think needs to be done to stop the issue of oil thievery.
There's something I wanted to point out when you were, making references to some of these boys, that what if the government makes such provision to bring them into the scope of things and they refuse? They can't refuse, because they know if they refuse, they are just signing their death warrant. If they refuse, and the government wants to incorporate them into the way of doing things and to do it better, because the government will be really showing an olive leaf to them to bring them into the scope of things, and they don't even have that audacity, because if they do, they've signed their death warrant and the government has license to take them out whichever way it deems fit. They would be happy if the government wants to bring them into the fold. The other thing about, it's a very crude method. Some of the pictures that is being showed right there, you could see how crude, dirty, and filthy the environment is. And if you talk about some of the byproducts that comes from refining, if it is refining and it is done properly by a standard that the government and the scientists behind those processes have set out, our tire industry for cars will boom. Our textile industries for clothing for over 200 million Nigerians will boom. And there are several industries that is attached to it. So Nigeria is not only suffering fuel shortage because we are not refining here. It is, we are actually emasculating ourselves, talking about industrialization. So the other reference that you made, or the example you made, that we could be, the process is when it does not go through the quite distilled setup standard, it could affect the quality of the product to present in the market. But that's also true. However, the other day when we had a national disaster, that crude oil that was shipped into the country, petroleum, not crude oil, premium motor spirit that was shipped into Nigeria to be sold to the Nigerian populace, that was polluted, that several cars on the Nigerian road got knocked and their engines went bad. They weren't the ones that were done by the local uneducated, illegal refiners. They were the ones that were bought to be sold in the country from other countries. So if they can make that mistake to buy the wrong product into the country, and then they've really lowered the standard. And of course, when you looked at the whole process, no ad went for it.
That's the thing.
There was no deterrence.
Things will continue to happen when nobody is held accountable. We just talk about it. It becomes a front burner issue, not on this front burners. It becomes an issue that everybody's talking about across the country. Committees are set up to investigate it. After a while, the matter dies down, and nobody is made to pay for that.
And economically, business-wise, a lot went for it.
A lot of losses there was a lot of losses at that period. Motorists suffered losses, fuel stations suffered losses. It was just the losses.
Generators.
The losses just went from different stages, So there was losses made, and people made profits. The importers of it made profits. Those they distributed to and those who bought from the distributors suffered losses, yet nobody was made to pay for those losses. So that's why we need to ensure standard. If we're going to have illegal refineries being transformed to legal refineries, then we must ensure that they have set up whatever process that they're going to use. The distillation process must be complete. They must have their own mini refineries that ensures that what they are producing follows the distillation process and we have quality product. And then more eyes need to be on the waterways, on the sea. The Navy has to do much more. The Marine Police needs to do much more. The Joint Task Force needs to do more. Government needs to have the political will to call those who have been mentioned to make sure that they are made to answer for whatever role they are playing in aiding and abetting oil thievery in Nigeria, because it's our commonwealth that is at stake here. Okay, let's move on to the next story. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has sealed over 3,000 shops in Lagos. NAFDAC uncovered large consignments of banned and dangerous drugs which were expired, and then they were slated for illegal revalidation, including vaccines stored in dilapidated, unventilated rooms sealed with iron sheets, posing severe health risk. It's how people can come to that point where, conscience is dead. For vaccines, there's a temperature they have to be kept in, cold temperature. And that's why when you see the primary health workers going about carrying out vaccination of children, where they have the vaccine, there's a cold chain so that it keeps it at a temperature that's thick, that will make sure that the vaccine is still potent. Because if you put the vaccine in a temperature where the potency is compromised, you're more or less just injecting people with what doesn't work. It could even be poisonous to them at that time. So how do people store vaccines in places where the temperature there is bad for the vaccines? Now, how do people move to try to revalidate medicines that are expired, knowing fully well that whoever takes this is at risk? If they don't die instantly, they stand the risk of having damaged organs. You know, these days we hear of cases of kidney failure, liver disease and all. And some people wonder where they come from, how they got that. Sometimes it's from unwholesome medicines. It's from fake drugs, unwholesome food products that people buy, not knowing that they are bad. They buy them under the impression that, oh, this is good. Because even some of the big pharmacies you would think would never do such, now mix. So it's more like there's half of it fake, half of it genuine product or quality product. So NAFDAC, as kudos to them for having sealing those shops. More needs to be done. This is what we're talking about. It's time for NAFDAC to be on the streets again, because for some people, there's no more conscience. Conscience is dead. They don't care what happens to the next person. All they care about is money that comes to them. But the question is this: if you want to be a medicine distributor, you want to be someone who deals in medication, there's a legal process to it. So you are either a pharmacist to be able to own a pharmacy. But these days we find people who did not study pharmacy, who are not medical practitioners at all. They just learn it like a trade. You know, how you become sales boy for someone who has a pharmacy, and after some time you think you know what every drug does, or you can read the leaflet and know what the indication of that medication is. So somebody is coming to say, oh, I have headache, I'm not feeling very well. By yourself, you cannot diagnose them and prescribe medication for them. So the person goes ahead to open their own shop. It's just like grocery business. You know, we talked about how the proliferation of people who deal on medical supplies, who deal on medication is increasing. Just, I think that should be last week, I saw someone carrying a tray. What was on the tray? Drugs. And he was selling it just by the roadside. And it seemed like normal business. I'm wondering, this person, from my assessment, is nowhere near the field of medicine. This person is not a pharmacist. This person does not have sufficient knowledge of the medication that he's selling, yet he's dealing in that business and nobody is asking him any question. It's just a normal business around here. So I think this is something that NAFDAC has to nip in the bud, because lives are at stake here. You and I don't even know the next time we have to buy drugs or medication where we're getting it from, if they have compromised.
Okay, so I'm glad that NAFDAC actually carried out this by going to seal the shops. I'm sure they didn't just storm the market to do that. NAFDAC
acted on intelligence.
Yes, intelligence. They would have planted a few people in that market probably for a week or two, or they have informants from that market, even among those who are involved in the business, in the illegal trade of producing fake drugs. They will have intelligence of those markets, their pinpoints, their black spots. So I'm glad they did that. And the thing is, it is mind-boggling. 3,000 shops.
In one area.
3,000 shops. That alone should give the government a heart attack. 3,000? How many shops do we have in that? That's like a whole market.
So it's big business. That's why you have lots of people in it.
It is very big business. So the other thing that NAFDAC should do is, those people you spoke about, if you go to the normal market, look at where they sell fish, cow skin, popularly called pomo. The other person by the wayside is just having a whole basket of medication in there beside. So it's more like a grocery business. So you see that. So whilst the NAFDAC officials are targeting the people high up there who have shops, who are moving containers around, and they are looking at those people, they should also look at the people at the head of society who are more like the food soldiers that help the containers, those who manage the containers, to make sure that their drugs or their fake medication gets down to the people at the head of society. So they should do that. We cannot continue to overflow the issue of trying to refer to the days of Professor Dora Quinley and the exploits that she did. Her life was under threat at different point in time. Her life was under threat. In fact, politically, Politically, they had to change political designation and moved from DG of NAFDAC to go and head the Ministry of Education. Why did that happen? Because those who were moving that business, who were doing that business, they started suffering losses by virtue of our action in trying to curtail and curb that evil business. And they have the guts to speak to those in the corridors of power, to influence a reassignment. That's how powerful these people are. So if it's going to happen again, if the days of Dora Akuyele are going to come back again, because let's understand this fact. A nation's economy is as healthy and strong as the health sector of that nation. If the health sector of that nation has been saddled with the responsibility to make sure that the 200 million Nigerians that we have are people who are healthy mentally, are the people who are healthy physically, are the people whose lungs are not crumbling,
whose liver
and kidney are not
been damaged,
then we need healthy. We need healthy health sector. I don't know how that sounds.
Yes, we need the health sector.
Because if you do not have them,
this one where you have medications that are not fake, drugs that, in fact, even the food, the drinks, the beverages that we take, we need the ones that are not substandard. Because whatever you take in to your system, it's either it's good for you or it's bad for you. If it's bad for you, who can tell what the outcome will be? There are people who took anti-malaria drugs because they were fake drugs, they died. And they took the drug because they wanted to get better, but they didn't get better, they died. You know, it's a very serious issue. And if we have big companies into this, one just wonders, you know, if you want to deal with this, why not buy from the right companies? Because they want to have big profits. It's just a matter of greed. How people can be very greedy, how people can be wicked. I don't want to say callous because that seems to be like an understatement here. People can be very greedy and wicked, not minding who dies at the end of the day. But what some of them forget is that now these fake drugs get into the markets. People from different places buy them. Some buy not knowing that they are fake, because you could be dealing with someone, have one distributor and be using that distributor for over the years. But at the point where that distributor is introduced into, they tell the distributor, oh, there's a new place you can get your drugs from now, it's cheaper. And that distributor begins to buy from that dealer, not knowing, or sometimes they know, but they want to have increased profits, so they also get into it. And so you begin to, you also as a customer of that pharmacy buy. But you don't know that what you have bought is a fake drug. Those who started the chain, they have relatives, but some they don't care. As long as it's not their immediate family, they don't really care who dies at the expense of their wealth, you know, whose life is paying the price for them to make wealth. They don't really care. So if they could do that, why not just go through the right channel? You will still make profit, but no, they would rather, because some of these drugs are thrown away by companies, they want to throw them away when they've expired. I know that there used to be a practice that if you have any drug on the shelf that has less than 6 months shelf life, you have to take that drug away.
Less than 6 months?
Yes.
It's not that it has already expired.
No.
Less than 6 months.
If you have a medication or a drug on the shelf that has less than 6 months before the expiry date, you are to recall that, because you do not know when that drug will be bought. So what if it is bought when it has already expired? A lot of pharmacies were doing that at that time. But now, you will buy medication, it's 2 months the expiry date. You're even showing them, the salesperson, that this thing has just 2 months. They say, hey, it's still 2 months, like, it's still okay, it hasn't expired. Some would even tell you that, oh, they just put that date there. It doesn't mean that when the date, it gets to that date, it actually expires. It can still stay for more than that. You know, and people just take it for granted. Why should you even buy drugs that have 6 months to the time of expiration? Maybe a particular drug was made 2 years ago, and you bought it when it's remaining 6 months for that drug to expire. So how long will it take for you to sell? What if it's a medication that people don't come for every time? I know this thing depends on the area. There are certain areas where people are always buying certain medication. You know, where you have people who do manual labor a lot, you may have people coming for painkillers a lot, pain relief drugs a lot, as opposed to areas you don't have manual laborers there. So you may not have people asking for that. You know, these are things that NAFDAC needs to curtail. Get into some of these pharmacies. Go there, getting into it. We need more to be done. And I know that they are also struggling with personnel, manpower. The government can help them. Let recruitment be done. They should have more people, more underground staff, people who are undercover. Because in this kind of business, it's risky when you will expose yourself as a NAFDAC official. Because in that market now, I'm very sure that, they'll be looking out for NAFDAC officials. Those they know, they may not be very safe. So they need a lot of undercover workers. And I think that the welfare of the workers also needs to be improved. You know, insurance for them, because it's a risky job that they do. It's just like NDLEA. It's a risky job. Now, we may think that's hard drugs. Hard drugs and fake drugs, I want to say they are the same. They damage lives of people. They can make people come up with illnesses, diseases, conditions that they ordinarily would not have had.
And the government will have to start struggling here and there.
It's not even the government. It's the families. It's the families that are burdened at the end of the day with this.
Economy-wise, it's a booming business. On the other hand, it is taking some people out of work, because when they become sick, because their livers are damaged, they cannot go to work anymore. And if they are the ones that provide, the living, or that earns the breadwinner in the family, and that's where it stops. So a lot of people could be depending on that person, and the breadwinner cease to become the breadwinner, and that equally in itself has an economic toll. In Nigeria, the number of unemployed people begins to increase, and the number of those who cannot work anymore begins to increase, and it will become another heavy work, not only for the family. Of course, the government, except the government will not want to play a role. It's supposed to play a role. So what we have
sorry to pause in there, we talk about government role. I think part of the role the government can play here is to strengthen the local pharmaceutical industries. Strengthen them. During the COVID time, incentives were given to the pharmaceutical industry so they can produce vaccines. If we have more of local pharmaceutical industries, it will help curb this. What makes it easy for people to import fake drugs? Sometimes it's because these drugs are produced outside of Nigeria. So the packaging doesn't even show the address of the manufacturing company. You just see made in India, for instance, made in this country, made in that country. But you cannot have a local product in Nigeria just on the packaging made in Nigeria. No. You will find the name of the company. You will find the address of the company. You would also find contact details of the company. So if we have more local pharmaceutical industries taking over, being empowered to manufacture these drugs here, so they don't need to import them. So you know where these drugs are coming from. If you get to I don't even think drugs should be sold in the market, except that market is specific for drugs alone. It is just for pharmacies or pharmaceutical industries to convey and distribute their products. But where you have an open market where people can buy other types of merchandise and you're selling drugs there, that should not be. Because this is not like any other product. Why should I go to Onitsha main market to buy drugs? Why? Why should that be a place where they sell drugs? It's very sensitive. So I don't think it is what should be allowed. If it had been the norm before, but now that you now have people who are not medical practitioners, people who are not pharmacists in the business, it is part of the reason because it is sold in an open place. And so you have one particular trader who perhaps has been into spare parts or into textile material and is not doing well in the business. They say, I come to this line. The person changes business. He just stocks the shop with drugs. That should not be.
Okay, so there are times I see that there's nothing that escapes the eyes of the government. You are importing drugs into Nigeria to be sold Where does it come from if they are using the land borders? The customs are there. Where does it come from if it's coming through the ports? The customs are there. And the customs know who is clearing what. The customs know from what country what drug is coming from. To bring out these containers, this one is stocked with drugs. What you know it's coming from whichever country. Of course, it's because the container that is bound for the country, for Nigeria, will surely, the papers will show the source of the country is coming from, and that the destination is Nigeria. So do we have, talking about synergy among our agencies, do we have NAFDAC, do we have NAFDAC officials working with the customs?
Of course they are there.
If they are there, how did it go through, how did it pass through their eyes? If it went through their eyes and they were there, it's already suggesting something. Can we say bribery is taking place? Can we say that?
What if these items are even smuggled?
What if these
fake drugs are smuggled?
Let's say they are, see, you don't have excuse.
It still comes back to customs at the borders.
If they are being smuggled through the ports and through the borders, they will find officers to be that are complicit for them to do business with. And that man, that officer needs to understand that if you are taking for one container that was smuggled, or for one carton that is smuggled into your country, and that you are taking money for it, that lives are going, people are dying, people are going to die. If it is a good drug and it has gone through the specification of NAFDAC and the NAFDAC of the other country from which the drug is coming from, NAFDAC should be working in collaboration with those countries. If there is someone that is importing this medication, it must be a licensed pharmaceutical company over here in Nigeria. We must have a link to NAFDAC, connecting to the other organization, to the other pharmaceutical organization from the other country that is bringing them into the country. So we will know that, okay, this is going to pass through. But if it is fake, of course, there are dubious ways to bring them in, and somebody will be complicit in the process. And when you are complicit that way, do not forget that you are killing people because of that brown envelope. You may not put a gun to their head, or you take a knife to their neck, but you are snuffing out their lives. And the government did not give you a uniform or give you a job to sit in the customs office or to be in the borders to kill its citizens, to kill your brothers and sisters. No, it's so that you can serve as the eye of the government to put things right. And because the market is booming for fake medication, you become part of the tool for dubious persons to do business. So that's why if agents of collaboration, and we must also look at other ways to tackle this at the grassroots. You enter into vehicles, public vehicles, and you see some of these people selling drugs and medication in the vehicles. So if NAFDAC is going to have food soldiers, they need to be everywhere. They need to be, sometimes you just plant one or two of them in those vehicles. And whoever is advertising and selling those medication, when they are done, you come down, the bus stop the person is dropping, you highlight to that person and trace the person. Or you can equally give the card that I would like to buy more of this from you because I would like to sell. Can you give me the package? We would like to have 2 trucks of these drugs that you are selling. That's money that will, then you find a way to lure this person in so you can get to the source of whoever is selling this fake medication. And I think NAFDAC knows how to do it better because you have police officers with them and you have forensic investigators with them. These are trained personnel who can actually do this job. But they are making some effort and we are getting somewhere. But I think we need to do more.
Yes, indeed, we need to do more. Kudos to NAFDAC. There's still much more that you can do for us in Nigeria because the issue of fake drugs and unwholesome food and drinks needs to be curbed. It's a danger to the lives of every Nigerian. We ask that the government give every support that NAFDAC needs, and together we can work where you see something going wrong, you know, they say if you see something, you need to say something. Whistleblowers, we need all of us. Yes, if we see those who are selling fake drugs, or we know those who are selling fake drugs, NAFDAC, let the public know how to send you messages, you know, so that you have intelligence to know where all of this is happening. Because at the end of the day, we do not know who the next victim will be. That's why we need to work hand in hand to protect each other. For those who are in this, Perea has just said it all. You don't need to shoot at someone. You do not need to use your knife to murder someone before you are a murderer. If you are in the business of fake drugs, you are also a murderer. And I'm sure that today your heart will melt. Conscience will be reawakened. And then you will know that this is wrong. You do not need to do this to your fellow human beings. Let's take a break. When we return to be time for Policy Discuss. Please stay tuned.
Schizophrenia is a severe mental illness that profoundly affects an individual's thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Those with this illness often experience a disconnection from reality, which can be distressing not only for the individuals themselves but also for their families and friends. The symptoms include delusions, hallucinations, disorganized thinking and speech, and abnormal motor behavior. Delusions are persistent false beliefs, often paranoid in nature, while hallucinations involve perceiving things that are not present, with auditory hallucinations being the most common. Disorganized thinking can lead to incoherent speech, and abnormal behavior may range from erratic movements to catatonia. The term schizophrenia was coined in 1911 by Swiss psychiatrist.
Methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 23.
So today is World Tourism Resilience Day, and Nigeria is one destination in case you're looking for where to go holiday, to go vacation. Nigeria has many tourist centers, many tourist spots. We'll fill you in on that and let you know some of the places you can visit if you want to tour in Nigeria. To look at World Tourism Resilience Day, we have Adedayo Adeshugba, who is the Vice President, Association of Tourism and Hospitality Consultants in Nigeria, AFCON. Good morning, sir. Many thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on.
Vice, so we can hear you.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Can you hear me?
Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning.
If we're talking about tourism, I had already done some marketing right now and also bragged about the fact that when it comes to tourism, Nigeria has many tour sites that will be attractive to any tourist looking to just see the world, looking to see Africa and Nigeria. But when we're talking about resilience, now that could also mean that for tourism or for the tour sector, it needs to be resilient in order to continue striving. Let's look at what it is in Africa today when we talk about tourism.
We know traditionally that Africa is a tourist major, I want to say a major tourist destination globally. And for certain reasons, first and foremost, the weather. The weather is pretty good. And then again, you know, even at this time when in the Western world, up north, it's very cold right now. So this is the time most of them will go on vacation and they're seeking for tourist enclaves. And of course, we know that we have very good weather, so they fly down south. In particular, South Africa, the East Africa, Tanzania, Kenya, of course, Rwanda now is coming on the map. Ethiopia is doing well. North Africa is also doing well. Morocco is a primary tourist destination now. And West Africa, we're beginning to see the numbers in West Africa. Traditionally, the Gambia has always attracted tourists from up north and from some other areas. Senegal is really fighting now for tourist arrivals, increased tourist arrivals, Dakar. Of course, Cote d'Ivoire is also developing pretty fast. Ghana has done well in a few years before now, and even now with the diaspora market. And so they are doing pretty well. So Nigeria definitely cannot be left behind. So Africa is looking good when we're looking at tourist numbers. Of course, you know, it's still a bit not where it's supposed to be compared to other countries or other places where people will normally go. Paris is the most visited city in the whole world. So we are getting the numbers where it's going on. So it's looking good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adedayo. Now, I heard when you were making references to other countries, like they are trying when it comes to tourism, and this is the time for those who are in Europe to come down to Africa to have some form of tourist attraction. We know that South Africa and some of the Eastern African countries, as they've served as quite a very good destination for tourism activities. But when you mention the issue about tourism in Nigeria, people will begin to ask a question. They impose this face on this inquisitive look at you and like, okay, tourism in Nigeria, where are we going to? So where are the tourist hotspots in Nigeria, and how do you think this has contributed to the growth of our GDP?
Well, presently, as we speak, we know that tourism attracts certain elements. Or let me put it this way. If you have certain elements in place, it will attract tourism. I mean, it will attract tourists. Primarily, first and foremost, is security. people will naturally gravitate towards places, geographical places that are secure. So when we're looking at destinations, we have several across the country. However, the ones that seem to be thriving now in places where there seem to be security, and that's in the southwest. We have tourists coming in. Everybody, of course, has been shouting "Dirty December." In the south, we have Calabar. Of course, we know it's Calabar. It's over years they've done pretty well, except for a bit of a law during certain governments that just went by. But they're picking it back up. Akwa Ibom is really right now. They're doing a lot to attract tourists. Um, we are meant to, when we go towards the north, we're meant to have major tourist destinations. But because, again, the issue of security, we know that we are having challenges. But when you come to the southwest, we also have the Oshun Oshobo festival every year. Some new festivals are coming up in the southwest. Uh, and of course, we know that as we go along, we'll begin to see new tourist destinations. Lagos is supposed to be doing extremely well. We have the slavery enclave, which presently we should be developing. We should preserve those very, very, very ancient landmarks. And of course, the connection, transportation, the connection nodes is very, very important. People will go to places where the roads are good, where there's infrastructural development. So we're looking forward to the building, the finishing of the road that goes to Badagry from Lagos. And that will definitely open up the Badagry axis, which is quite important for our tourism. So we still, again, business tourism. Nigeria primarily is known for business tourism. So a lot of business people are coming in. But when we look at it, there's so much yet to be developed. But we're working on it. We're working on it.
Talk about so much needed to be done. In what area specifically would you say we have not yet tapped enough, or we need to improve on what we're doing there?
Yeah, firstly, let me again go back to the gentleman in terms of growth. As 2022, Nigeria, the tourism sector contributed about 3.6% to the GDP. When we're looking into 2025, we're expecting about $1.67 billion for that sector, which is an annual growth of about 11.8%, 11.81% thereabouts. One thing we should know is that tourism is not an accident. We take tourism as if it's an accident. We take it as if it's arbitrary. So we can just have tourism without planning. And that's an issue. So when we're looking at what we need to do, we need to go back to the drawing board. We have some bit of challenges between coordination between the public sector and the private sector. And of course, even in the public sector, we have issues of coordination between the federal government and the state government because of certain laws or certain constitutional issues that needs to be now sorted out. But we have to build from foundation. We don't have a solid foundation when we look at tourism. We talk about frameworks, and we talk about across the states. We talk about classification and standards, standardizing our hospitality sector, our hotels, and a whole lot of stuff. But we have to take it from the beginning, from the starting context. There's a foundation that needs to be built. And then when we look at the foundation, we build the foundation very well, regulations. The industry is relatively unregulated. We can't, yes, we don't want over-regulation, but at the same time, we can't leave it just for anybody or just for anyone to just come into the industry and do what they wish. And those are some of the challenges we're facing right now. We have to get back to the books, and we have now not just to have, not just to have policies, but to begin to seek to implement these policies. We have certain laws that govern the practice of tourism. We are not effectively utilizing those laws. The states Of course, we know that the states have a strong part to play when it comes to tourism. The states, except for some few states that are tourism centric, most of the states that have, I mean, great tourism products are not really looking at it deeply. Tourism is a sector that can immediately impact on the lower rung of the economy. Everybody relatively can benefit from tourism. And so far, we're still belittling the issue. So there's a lot to do, and I hope that we'll get with it as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much. You know, my mind just went to when you were talking about Calabar, and I remember vividly the administration that started the Calabar Festival, and on few occasions I watched it on television, and it was no different from what was happening in Brazil and some other climes in Europe, and how the day, the landscape, the environment, just for the purpose of that carnival and that festival would be created. And I begin to wrap my mind around the economic activities that will be taking place in that day. And I see that the private sector seems to have a lot of responsibility on its table to provide some form of consultancy services to the government so the government can create the right ecosystem for tourism business to thrive. Now, how do you think that, since the Nigerian government has been talking about diversifying our economy, how do you think the government can take advantage of tourism, or in what ways can we see tourism as an instrument to diversify the Nigerian economy?
Okay, thank you for that question. The first thing we need to understand is that tourism is broken into certain parts, into a few parts. Presently, we are meant to have a tourism ministry. However, we know what happened just recently. We know we had a tourism ministry, then we had another ministry for arts and culture. So what literally happened was the tourism ministry was literally collapsed. It was shut down. And now I think it's called Arts, Culture, and Tourism. However, I see a disconnect even with that particular setup in itself, because tourism basically subsumes every other aspect of travel, transport, accommodation, lodging, feeding. And so we cannot say arts and culture. We can't put the wrong foot first. It has to be just tourism. And then we now have, under tourism, we now have all these other departments of tourism, hospitality and all under the Department of Tourism. So the first thing is we have to get it right at that level, first and foremost. Now, if we do get it right at that level, then we begin to look at standardizing practice in all these other aspects of tourism. Tourism is practically a hands-on project, if I may put it like that. It's a hands-on, economic tool that can really grow the economy and grow the economy pretty fast. So it's first and foremost in the arrangement. Then secondly, I see a lot of, I think there's between the private and the public sector, we seem not to be working together as we ought to work together. We're having situations where the public sector seem to think that they are the ones that are supposed to spearhead the tourism drive for Nigeria. And I think that is not exactly correct. What they're supposed to, of course, do for us is to have a regulatory framework that we can work with, a well-supervised regulatory framework. And that regulatory framework must touch every aspect of tourism. It must touch transport. It must touch hospitality. Definitely, it must touch, the tourist destinations itself. It must touch security and all those aspects of tourism. And then when we can rightly sit down without the thought at the back of our minds that one part threatens one another and one part wants to overdo one another, then we can sit down and talk together. We have been, we consulting as hospitality and tourism consulting has been existing in Nigeria for close to 30 years or more. I cut my teeth about 25 years ago with a consulting company called Sapphire Hotels Limited. And of course, we know that we have the experts here that can actually make Nigeria one of the most preferred tourist destination countries in Africa. But we still are begging for that thing that is called collaboration, for us to come together and collaborate so that we can actually take this to the next level. So I would say that I'll use this platform to basically appeal to all tourism stakeholders that it's again time for us to sit together, particularly the minister for arts, culture, and tourism. I think we're pushing the primary core aspect of tourism to the backyard. We seem to be talking of arts, culture. We seem to be talking of all these other aspects that are supposed to branch out of tourism. So if we don't get it rightly in terms of the way it's structured, then there's no how we're going to be able to work seriously towards making sure that this is well developed. It's growing, but it's skewed. The growth is skewed. It's not an accurate growth. And we need to understand this. Then secondly, when we're looking at the issue of capacity building, we have a lot of young people that are interested in tourism. Every day we see them, but coming to that place to now harness the strength of the youth in tourism, again, is made difficult because of this lack of proper regulatory framework. So we're seeing best practices, we're dealing with issues of best practices in the tourism industry that we can, at this stage, we're really working to see that we match what we see across the earth, you know? So it's a lot of work, and we are appealing to those that have the authorization to ensure that this works well, to work with us.
Okay, so let's look at how Nigeria is doing in tourism in Africa. Now, if we look at the top 3 countries that are top earners from tourism in Africa, we wouldn't find Nigeria there. We'd find Egypt, Morocco, and South Africa. These are the top 3 earners from tourism in Africa. When you were talking about the collaboration between the public and the private sector, and the private sector, what they're doing. Now, we know that one thing that makes for a good tourist center or attraction is the unique natural attractions. If we take that out, every other thing around tourism seems like, you know, they're just trying to branch out or provide other aspects of tourism. But the main reason a tourist would set out to visit the place are the natural attractions. We have a lot in Nigeria, but regarding maintenance, what are we doing to keep those natural attractions the way they used to be, or even improve the tourist experience around there?
Well, it's I want to say again, we know the challenges we have regarding maintenance. We lack a maintenance culture. And it's a cry in the heart of every genuine tourist practitioner that we need to now look at our tourist products, our tourism products, our tourist destinations. And then we need to now begin to preserve. Preservation is extremely critical. We don't preserve these products. We neglect them. Look at what happened to Obudu Cattle Ranch. It just fell apart within a period of 2 governments. Look at if you have the opportunity to come to Lagos and you go to Badagry, the first story building is out there. I mean, I don't think it has been preserved. The slave, the point of no return, where slaves used to be taken out back in the slavery days. I don't think all those places have been preserved. If you look at, even in downtown Lagos, the old Brazilian architecture, a lot of those things have not been preserved, not to talk of Yankari Game Reserve. What has happened to our festivals in the north that we grew up with those festivals? I mean, a lot of these things, we have issues in making sure that we keep them the same way that, or we try to ensure that these places are places of interest that people want to visit. What about media communications? How much do we market these tourist destinations? Look at what happened recently in France when that old church that got burnt, I think it was 2 years ago, in a period of 1 year that brought it back to life, and people are going there now to again. It's creating a lot of opportunities for tourism. So I think this is the time that we really need to look deeply into what the way we work. I see a lot of states, governors that need to understand one thing. They are always, what we always hear is generating IGR, generating IGR. Tourism is a sector that can definitely generate a lot of IGR, internally generated revenue for governments. So they should concentrate on tourism. They should, in their budgets, tourism should be one of the areas which the budgets for the states should be the highest. So we need to really understand that, like we always say, that tourism is a low-hanging fruit. We really need to take it very, very seriously. There are a lot of countries that what they live on is tourism, it's tourism revenue. Gambia lives, they only have tourism, they live on tourism revenue. Egypt, like you mentioned, the tourism revenue is one of the things they exist on. Morocco is a fast, I mean, it's possibly right now, after South Africa, or even right now, Morocco is doing extremely very well. Of course, we know in the East, in East Africa, we know that everybody has heard of Masai Mara out there in Nairobi, around the Nairobi area, and people every day are flocking into those tourism destinations. So we really need to take it seriously. It can really help the man on the street, the revenue that will come into the man on the street, the taxi driver, the bucaterias, all those places. See what happened at Dirty December. People were making humongous amounts of money during Dirty December. It touched every aspect of social and economic life. And so I want to say that it's time for us to actually wake up and not be a sleeping giant anymore, like we observe.
Okay. Now, in your perspective, which of these countries in Europe and of course in Africa, I know you've mentioned a few, in Europe that has the best tourism model that Nigeria can emulate? And what are these examples that we should emulate in terms of policies and other elements that made it, the destination of the world when it comes to tourism, how the government can tap into this for economic and development purpose? Which of the countries should the government of Nigeria be emulating?
We need to look at France. France is the most visited country in the world right now. We definitely have to look at Spain because of the influx of tourists from the northern part of Europe and other parts that come down when the weather begins to change, when it begins to get cold. Now, one thing I need to mention is that France just recently hosted the Olympics. And you can imagine how they were able to build infrastructures within a short period of time, and to also coordinate that major event, global event, and everything literally went smoothly. So when we look at France, we want to look at their transportation system. We want to look at the hotels. Hotels are extremely important, where people are going to live, where people are going to stay. Tourism basically has to do with, leaving your primary area, your base, to go somewhere else, to go for whatever purpose. And you have to sleep in a place. You have to eat. You have to, of course, do your business. But when we look at our hotels, we do not have enough hotels compared to some of these places. And so we need to look again into the hospitality sector. We need to, of course, we have the hotel industry is beginning to boom. We are having made a lot of projects. For instance, hotels in the pipeline for 2024 We have about 50 branded hotels that are in the pipeline for 2024, with an addition of about 7,622 more rooms, which is about 47.8% of what Africa should be looking at for 2024. And of course, when we look around, we see that the hotel sector is developing pretty fast. We're also working to build capacity so that we can have enough staff for these hotels. We always say that if we have a major event now anywhere in Nigeria, let's imagine we have an event in the MICE sector and we're looking at about 10,000 people coming in. We don't have enough hotels to accommodate that type of number. Regulations, again, when we look again at that particular subsector of tourism, it's largely unregulated. So we see all manner of, the hotels that are coming up that don't meet the standard, don't meet the quality that is required. So we need to look into that. We need to talk, the states have to take this up because it's one of their major responsibilities to do that. We need to make sure that hotels are properly designed, the architectural designs are properly done. We need to make sure that all the infrastructures are well built. And we need to basically ensure that we do this and we take it from bottoms up. We build a proper foundation for it, and then we begin to grow along that. And we need to get the right people in the right places. We play politics with the tourism sector. We just look for a politician to be the tourist minister or a politician to be the tourism commissioner, without understanding that this is a very technical aspect. It's highly technical. It's a technology in itself, and you must be a practitioner. You must have been schooled in the art of tourism practice. You can't be a hospitality consultant or be a hospitality manager, be managing in the hospitality sector, and you have not been educated in hospitality. And when I'm talking of education, we still have issues with the way our colleges, the curriculum that we look at. We have issues with teaching. We don't have adequate teachers. We don't have well-grounded teachers. And we need to work on these things. So we have products that are coming out of our universities and coming out of our polytechnics that don't even, they are not well groomed, well taught. So we still have to take them back to the basics and all these things. So it's something that we have to get the right people. We have the right people. Some of us have been in this business for well over 40 years, both at home and abroad. And we know the business. It is not until when we get experts from outside Nigeria to come and do this for us. We already have the experts in Nigeria, and it is time for us to engage the right people to do what they know how to do best.
Talking about doing what we know how to do best, you've highlighted a number of very critical issues that we should look at and tackle in the tourism industry. One of them was the local festivals that used to attract people in Nigeria. Now, we used to have the Argungu Festival, which is one that draws a lot of people to the north area where they watch the fishing festival. Why do you think those festivals are declining? Is it a matter of local participation or local sponsorship? What is the role of the local communities in tourism development?
Very good question. What exactly is wrong that all these festivals seem to be dying off? First and foremost, are we marketing them? I can't remember the last time I saw anything about the Argungu Festival being marketed. If it's still holding. That's the first thing. But when we look at other countries, one of the things we see is that they're not more safer than Nigeria, so to speak. South Africa is not safer than Nigeria. I travel to South Africa all the time, and I know it's not more safer. But in terms of the fact that we seem to, again, think that money is supposed to be shared. Everybody wants to share money. We're like a rentier nation. There's what is called Omonile syndrome. Omonile just sells ancestral lands, and just squanders the money. That's the mentality, And the same mentality in tourism. You know, so we've basically lost it. Can you imagine what it will attract? Now, we talk security. Can't we think out of the box? Yes, there's a box, but we can think out of the box. What's the purpose for the civil defense? I just recently proposed to a particular state that you can actually get what we call tourism police by using the civil defense, by using what we have on ground. That we can actually deploy civil defense to basically give protection to all these festivals, these events, tourism destinations, and build security around it and shout it. Okay? People will definitely, Agingo Festival, it's exotic. People are looking for something exotic. People are looking for something that is totally, I mean, out of, out of we call them purple cows, something out of the norm. They want to see it. I mean, what has happened to Osun Osogbo? I mean, it's like it's dying off. We're not marketing this. Look at the festival in Ijebu, the Ojude Oba. We need to shout it more. I don't know what language or how to define these things. It's totally out of this world. We go to festivals. There was a time I went to Germany for a particular festival. The Rhine River is usually celebrated once in a year. And so along the Rhine River, Noam, there's certain towns along the Rhine River. It's an ancient festival. And to see the way they plan these festivals, you see the way they make sure that they involve all the locals in this festival, and they make a lot of money from it. And when you look at the event calendar for the year, you see people come from all over the world for that particular festival. We can do the same with our festivals. When was the last time we had Eyo in Lagos? I know Eyo is not, Adamorisha is not something that we just do every time. But there must be, and we must look at it that if we have Adamorisha like once every 2 years, there'll be a reason for Adamorisha. You get what I'm saying? People are going to flock into it, So we still are, I don't know why we're drawing back. We need to do more. If we know that we have issues with security, then let's work on it. Let's do what we ought to do regarding it. If we know we have issues with infrastructure, let's look at where the tourism destinations are. Let's build the good roads to those places. Let's situate aerodromes or airports close to these places. Let's build Nigeria doesn't have a world-class convention center. We don't have one. And and that business is a $3 trillion business yearly, the mice industry. With Africa just attracting just 2% of that particular industry. So when we look at it, we need to wake up. It seems as if we are doing it arbitrarily. We're taking it here and there. There's no master plan. Right now, there used to be a master plan in the days of Pada Silva, in the days of President Obasanjo. We had a master plan for tourism, for the tourism sector. We never implemented that master plan. Now, I don't think we have, now when the issue of the contention between states and the federal, has come to this point where the federal government doesn't have oversight of tourism. Which state, or what are the states working on? What is the basis of their tourism development and growth? Lagos State has a master plan. I was one of those that sat on the committee to produce the Lagos State master plan in the days of Governor Ambode. But is the master plan being followed? We are again doing things arbitrarily without looking at the basis. It's a master plan. It's a plan. It's an ecosystem. We need to understand that. It's not something you just do arbitrarily. And I think if anybody that really cares about tourism, that's in place of authority, and is a major decision maker in any of the states or anywhere, should be listening to this.
Okay. When you were talking, you made mention about government shouldn't just appoint people or politicians to occupy position, most especially when it comes to tourism, and that there are practitioners in the industry who are quite vast in the knowledge to manage the sector in a way that will yield more profit to the government. And you also alluded to training. In the Nigerian education curriculum system, putting into thought the university and the colleges of education or the polytechnics, as the case may be. Some of them offer these courses, but it doesn't appear like those people who offer those courses in tourism and culture and arts seems like they want to practice in that domain. Probably they went to the university for a different course and they couldn't meet up with that cutoff mark, and they were given tourism and management. So what advice would you have for probably the Nigerian Universities Commission or maybe the government in trying to make sure it regulates and put policies in place so that we can bring in the right eggs into that industry to function in a way that is profitable to the Nigerian economy?
The first thing that I observed is that the universities at one point woke up to think that tourism or hospitality and tourism is lucrative, and they can make money from getting an influx of students coming to that particular field. And because in my own days, that our profession, if you're going to be a professional and you're going to study tourism and hospitality, there was no university that was offering that program. It was only offered by the polytechnics. It was offered by the polytechnics because they're hands-on. It's not theoretical practice. I mean, it's not theory. There's very little that has to do with theory when it comes to tourism and hospitality practice. It's more hands-on. And so it was being handled by the polytechnics back in those days. Now, by virtue of am I still here? Okay. By virtue of some of the positions that I've had the privilege of holding, presently I'm the industry head of the Department of Tourism and Hospitality at the University of Abuja. What we see is that, first and foremost, it seems as if NUC is a bit confused. Because if you go to each university, I mean, different universities that offer the program, you find out that the nomenclature for the program itself is different in every place. Some are even talking of home economics and tourism, or some kind of something that doesn't, So we find out that even in that aspect of developing curriculum, the right people are not being involved, not to talk of in the teaching aspect of it. And even when we have teachers, how much of capacity have they built for them to be teachers of tourism? Then tourism, when you look at tourism in colleges, it's not a cheap program. It's very expensive to set up a tourism and hospitality department. Okay? So where will the funding come from? Because most of the students cannot afford to pay for this program because it's practice-oriented. You have to have practical sessions for your cookery classes. You have to have this. The college itself must have what we call a demonstration hotel, relatively. If you look at where tourism, I mean, all these things have been properly done. They must have some kind of guest house. It must be well equipped. We're talking of industrial equipment for the kitchen. We're talking of, standard equipment for the bedrooms and all the things that are necessary to teach this properly. We're talking of students that are offering that particular course, tourism in itself, having the opportunity to travel to other places to see tourism products and a whole lot of these things. So it's expensive in itself. So what we now have is when we have students that come in, one of the things that they usually will lack is what is called the passion for tourism. So that's why we're having some of these things that we see. So right from school, that passion for tourism must be imbibed. That's what we call the spirit of tourism, or the spirit of hospitality, so to put. Now, hospitality itself, it's not something you wake up and you think you want to do. Hospitality itself is life in itself. Hospitality in itself, it's a spirit. Hospitality is a spirit. You must first of all receive the spirit of hospitality before you can practice tourism and practice it and practice it properly and practice it well. And so when we're looking at these things, we need to really, really sit down and know first and foremost what is the nature of tourism in itself. But in Yoruba language, they call it alejo. Ó fẹ́ gbàlejò. You want to entertain visitors. You want to accommodate visitors. What should be your mindset when you are accommodating visitors? How should you prepare for visitors? What kind of environment must you create for visitors who come for one thing or the other? What about leisure? How do you entertain them? What about food? What kind of meals are you going to make sure that they have? You know, we're talking of issues. Hygiene, food safety is huge. Is huge. Hygiene is critical. We're having issues with HS and E. You know, I was just listening in a bit to the last program on drugs. Food is the major drug. What is the quality of the food we serve in our hotels? When we're talking of food in itself, food safety, we totally neglect food safety in the industry. Totally neglect food safety in the industry. So when you're looking at the quality of our products, when you're talking of capacity building, we still have to get it right. Universities should emulate University of Abuja, and I've seen a need to bring industry to connect with academia. We need to utilize and use that. I mean, that practice, that principle, or that strategy had been used in the Western world for many years. When we bring those that are experts in a particular industry, we bring them into our learning environment so that they can interact with academia, and then they work together to produce quality professionals in the field. But sometimes you find out that academia is always, for some reason, they're always afraid of industry. They don't want to collaborate with us. And we have so much that we can bring in. And the primary focus should be the quality of the student. The quality of the student that we produce in our universities and in our polytechnics. So I think this is what we need to now begin to look strongly and deeply into.
Thank you so much, Adedayo Adeshugbe, the Vice President, Association of Tourism and Hospitality Consultants in Nigeria, for speaking with us this morning on World Tourism Resilience Day. You've spoke brilliantly about the tourism sector. We do hope that the collaboration that Nigeria's tourism sector needs, it will get, so that while the private sector are doing theirs, it will be complementary effort towards what the government is doing to push the tourism sector forward.
Thank you for having me, and have a pleasant day ahead.
Let's take a break. When we return, to be time for us to look at the AU Summit, and that's the 38th ordinary session of the African Union, which ended yesterday. Please stay tuned.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at
If you just joined, the program is The Front Burners on Souq News TV. There are segments of the show, there is news analysis, and there is policy discuss. So we've done the part one of policy discuss. It's now for us to have a second conversation, and this is on the AU Summit, which started on the 28th of January and ended on the 16th of February. The theme this year is looking at the issue of reparation and racial healing for African. You do know that there's a history to that from the time of slave trade and up to now. The discourse around reparation has been ongoing. Africans asking for reparations from countries that have benefited or that benefited from the slave trade. And then there's a need to talk about healing. Now, those whose ancestors were taken away as slaves over the years, they have descendants now. How do they heal from that experience? Even if some of them were not born at that time, but getting to read history and you know what has happened for communities that had some first relationship because of the roles played during the era of slave trade. How do they come to healing so that peace can be restored? This is what we would be discussing this morning with our guest, who is the Honorable Consul General of Antigua and Barbuda to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Ambassador Williams Wallace. He joins virtually this morning. Good morning, sir. It's good to see you the first time this year, 2025.
Happy New Year, a blessing. Happy New Year. And I see that you have a new program, The Front Burner. I hope we are going to burn this question alive, because it needs, some heat under it, for sure.
We have the match, so we want to ignite the conversation so that we can spark change. All right, let's go straight into the matter discuss. We also have another guest who would be joining us virtually, so it's not going to be just Ambassador Williams Wallace. So because this is a very critical matter, we would be talking extensively about it. Ambassador Joe Keshi, who is the former Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Nigeria, has joined us virtually. Good morning, sir. It's great to have you on the Front Burners. Unmute your device so we can hear you.
Oh, good. Good morning, and thanks for having me.
Good morning to you.
We're delighted to host you. Okay, the 38th ordinary session of the African Union has taken place, and it had in attendance several heads of state and leaders and other delegates who were there to discuss the future of Africa and also how Africa is going to relate with the rest part of the world. Before we get into the reparation discourse, the 38th summit of the African Union, were there certain expectations that you had, Ambassador Keshi and Ambassador Williams, you had regarding that summit that perhaps in your thinking or in your assessment, how do you assess the 38th session of the AU?
Your Excellency, Ambassador Keshi, good morning to you and the rest of the team here at Souq News. Expectations were, I think, were very high in the fact that the AU, everyone wanted to see a new energy, a new life, Pan-African outlook, and a transformative change to the organization called the African Union, which has not, in many people's view, have not lived up to the expectation of a united Africa when we have issues of security, wars, peace initiatives not being handled, as they should be as a union, a united force, and having a standby AU military intervention where we have incursions in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sudan, and all these affairs which are keeping back the growth of the continent. So I think the expectation now is to have someone who is seasoned. And I think the heads of governments who was at the 30th session made the right choice. You needed a seasoned diplomat like Mahmoud Yusuf, who is a young man, relatively speaking, who has over 2 decades in foreign affairs and diplomatic relationships, and has, from his speech, laid out the groundwork of what he needs to tackle first. And his first priority, he said, is peace, conflict resolution as a need for the continent to go forward. So he's saying the right things. He also talked about transformative change for the AU. So he's sounding the right bells, in my opinion, as to what is required for immediate a resolution of the AU's involvement in the continent and what we need to see. So expectations are exactly the, I mean, he's laying out the store exactly as the expectations of the continent require right now. We need peace and security to start economic growth and moving forward. And he also talked about the AFCTA, which is very vital to the bloodline of the continent for us to move forward with economic growth. So expectations are that we have someone who is young, vibrant, and has ideas as he laid out his vision for the African Union.
Ambassador Keshi, could we have your thoughts on the AU 38th summit?
Thank you very much, and greetings, Ambassador. For us in Nigeria, particularly for some of us in this business, we didn't have too much expectations. We hoped, and we are glad it happened that our representative at the AU Ambassador Adoye, who has completed his first tenure, that he'll be re-elected for another term of 4 years, and he was elected, and we are happy about that. And secondly, as the ambassador has said, we were also hoping that a dynamic head of the organization would be put in place because as we speak today, you know, I'm not too sure how many people in Africa paid attention to the summit at all. You know, if you look at Nigerian newspapers this morning, I'm not sure you see AU making headlines. And if you look at other African newspapers, similarly, the same thing. What does that tell you? I think the leaders and the continental organization itself, it's not involving the people. It's not reaching out to the people to make them understand that this is the people's organization representing the African continent, and that and bringing them into you know, what they are doing. So you now find out that this is oftentimes these days the meeting of officials who go together, take a decision, and nothing more is heard about the decision they've taken, whether anyone has been implemented or not implemented. So the AU really has to do more for itself to reach out to the people. You know, in the early 60s, 80s, I mean, to part of the 80s, yes, for obvious reasons, because there were issues that were common to the whole of the region, the issue of decolonization. And so subsequently, AU virtually mobilized the continent, OAU as it was called then. You know, did the best it can to mobilize the continent. And because this battle was going on in various regions and states or nations that were emerging from colonialism, it really made headlines. Every school child of my age at that time, we knew about the OAU. But today, that we are confronted with new challenges, particularly on the economic front, for me, I think the AU should do more, you know, to bring in the people and to ensure that they have the backing of the people that it's representing, not just the officials that gather annually, make headlines for themselves, and then they move on. And most of those things are not implemented anyway.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to direct this question to Ambassador Wallace. Now, most African countries in the African Union and the recent 38th summit were talking about reparations for the historical injustices meted out to Africans by their colonial lords. It appears that the African Union is taking this direction, and it's obvious that they are going to earn the frown disposition and frowning countenance coming from the West. Is this going to, by any chance, affect the foreign relations with Nigeria, with some other countries in Europe, or in Africa entirely? We're going to have some problems with foreign relations with those from whom we are requesting that they pay some form of reparations.
Well, I'm happy that you are making the point and you made a reference to Nigeria. I'm a descendant of African slavery, and I've been reintegrated into the continent. Nigeria, of course, along most of the west coast of Africa, gave most of their, human capacity, human knowledge by slavery, which was, arbitrarily taken from the continent and helped to build other civilizations in Europe. And we were never paid for nor given the opportunity. Like the Indians had, a servitude for 7 years, and they chose to come to the colonies and serve for 7 years as coolies, as they called them then, and then they were free. So they had, an engagement with the ex-colonials to come and serve in that territory, and they did that of their own free will. We were never given that opportunity. We were taken, right, enslaved, and put to work in the most inhumane conditions over 400 years. Calculate the worth of the labor that was employed free of charge, right, without any contract and in the most inhumane conditions. And tell me, are we not supposed to get reparations to help rebuild ourselves, not only in the diaspora, but in areas where the continent suffered? I think it's two sides of the coin in terms of reparations. One, the descendants should be paid and given back their lost labor, and their generations benefit from it. Some slave owners are actually trying to do something now about it. From London, they've come to some territories in Antigua and Barbados, and there are some, the Harvard School, whose university was built on slavery money, right, also are trying to make some sort of remission to us in the Caribbean. And then on the other side, the countries where the slaves were taken from, Nigeria in particular, perhaps contributed about 50% of the slavery, and the rest of West Africa, Ghana, Senegal, Gambia, even as far as Angola. So we should be repaid for that free, labor that was taken and not contracted to or from nor engaged. So at the moment, it is important that, yes, the theme, and I do hope, and I would love to contribute to that cause with the African Union, if allowed to, for us to pursue it. Because if you had the Jews of 6 million who had just a short period, a very short period of incarceration and being treated in the most inhumane condition, getting reparations, why can't we, and why should the West balk at this? Pay up. And I think it's very important that they realize that we are no longer fools. We know what you did. We know how you did it. We can calculate what is required for us to be repaid, and let's have the money. I'm not interested in talk. I think it is important that we do exactly what the Jews did. We get reparations, and we get it justly. We calculate what was taken from us, the labor, the non-contracts, the removal of millions from the continent, and the continent suffered for it as well, because some of our best, strongest, and brainiest were taken at the time.
Takeshi, now if we're looking at reparations, as there are arguments for reparations, there are arguments against reparations. Now, the United States President Donald Trump doesn't agree with reparation. He says that's not going to happen. And that's the position that some European leaders also hold. It is on record that from 14th to 19th century, about 12.5 million Africans were shipped abroad as slaves. And this happened within a period of 400 years. If we calculate that, that comes to an enormous figure. Now, if we're talking about reparations, the argument, one of the arguments against it is that should the generations that did not perpetrate a crime be made to pay for that crime? What's your take? Your device is muted. Could you unmute?
Okay. Yes.
There seems to be a glitch in the connection from Ambassador Keshi. But Ambassador Wallace, could you respond to this? The argument against reparation that a generation that did not commit a crime is being held accountable now. What's your take?
Well, I think that's a very obnoxious. Go ahead, Ambassador Keshi.
We haven't responded to the question.
Yeah, I think that's a very obnoxious view from the West, who know that they benefited, and whatever the generations are that came from that benefit must, if they are, fair and just, would want to make sure that amends are made and pursue reconciliation by payment. They've got the money, they benefited from it, their civilization benefited from it, and therefore, if they are human beings, as they say they are, and humanitarian, pay up. This excuse that most Western nations use, that, well, it was our grandfathers, it was our fathers, it was our great-grandfathers, that does not hold any water. You benefited. The life you're living today is because of what they did. So you have to make a commitment to show that you, as a beneficiary, pay back some of those benefits that you're enjoying today. Whatever the percentage is from your economy, paid back.
The second argument is this. Now, if we talk about slave trade, what is trade? It's a business transaction between two entities or two people. So if there was trade, it means that something was paid to those who sold the slaves. Who's talking about reparation from those who received money or whatever they received as payment from the slave trade to those who were shipped abroad?
Right. So if you're talking about the people who on the continent participated with the colonizers, then we have to also ask the question, can we identify who they were? How much of that was taken from the amount that was shipped abroad? Because don't forget, most of these colonizers went into the depths of the continent themselves and captured and removed these people. If there were some collaborators, there were, I would imagine, a percentage. Identify who they are, and yes, ask them to pay back from their benefits and their communities, whoever they are. But I'm not aware if they have been identified and how much of it can be proven. The fact of the matter is, if you're talking about, they have used the euphemism slave trade, but nobody is talking about the fact that people were captured and forcibly put on boats and sent to the Caribbean and North and South America. You know, we have to talk about those things that actually happened, that we know of, that were not trade. If there were trades, and there were some trades, identify who they were, and let's also put them to the sword.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Wallace. I want to actually take you back to the second part of the question I asked you first, and that has to do with the foreign relations. I know the African Union is asking for this, but definitely there's going to be some form of argument that is going to pan out to frosty foreign relations between African countries and those that we are requesting for reparations from. How would you assess the relationship between Africa and those whom we are requesting for? Is it going to be sour relationship at this point in time? Are we going to amend those?
Well, we are talking about relationships. So if a case is made, like there are cases, you go to The Hague, you go to other places where people have committed crimes. Those are brought up in the light of what has happened. If the case is made properly, and I don't see how they can be frosty relationships. There might be pushbacks, but it should not affect the fact that we have a solid case. Here are the proofs. Here are the case notes. Here is the presentation we are making. That should not stop relationships between the accused countries and their engagement, because they do need Africa. They do need to relate with Africa. They are benefiting from Africa still today, and therefore I would think that they would want to tackle this diplomatically. To say that they will be sour or there will be, frosty relationships, diplomatically, I don't think so. I think what will happen is that they would want to argue their side of the case that is being presented. And if we do our homework right, the African Union, then yes, it is an engagement. It is an argument that has to be fashioned out on what we have presented to the countries and the bodies who will assist us for reparations.
We're talking about reparation. It seemed like there been some form of reparations, or are we restricting reparations to money? Monies should be paid to Africa. There have been returns of looted artifacts, and some monies have been attached to the return of those artifacts. Can we say that, to an extent, Africa has gotten some reparation?
No, that is not reparation, sorry. That is looting. That is robbery. That has nothing to do with reparations. That is looting of artifacts. That's looting of what we call booty, you know, and that, if it's returned, thank you, but has nothing to do with the human aspect, which is we as slaves and descendants of slaves were taken forcibly from the continent and used, abused, and misused. You know, it is important that we separate the two. Return of artifacts is just stolen goods, and those stolen goods were brought back. If they are brought back, thank you very much. We will say to them, you stole our, it's like coming into your house, stealing your television, and then bringing it back. Fine. That's okay. Okay, we thank you for bringing back our television, right? But what you did to us, capturing our wives and children and taking them away, and we lost the ability to have them contribute to the home and to the building of the home. That is a completely separate matter, completely different.
Now, let me take your attention away completely from the reparations matter and bring into the fore one of the proposal that the president of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, submitted to the African Union when we're talking about security. And he was making attention to the Gulf of Guinea and the need for it to be policed so as for security to govern the trade that will take place in that route. The president of Nigeria is clamoring and making advocacy for a call for there to be a combined provision of maritime security to police the Gulf of Guinea. Do you see this as enhancing security in the region in Africa and also to facilitate trade among member states?
Well, of course, he's absolutely correct and right for that, because as you know, there are incursions now in the Gulf of Guinea where you have Chinese trawlers taking away most of the fish feedstock from the coastal areas and depriving our fishermen of their livelihoods. You have pirates and bunkering from Western countries who come into Nigerian waters, take oil under, you know, dubious circumstances, and also the rest of the west coast of Africa, where a lot of things are happening. And then again, you have now incursions of cartels from Colombia and other places who see the west coast now as a soft spot for bringing in their drugs and shipping them from the west coast, so trying to make West Africa a hub for drugs as well. So yes, it is absolutely necessary that we police that area. And apart from that, having, you know, outside military forces bringing their warships along the coast for what? And to do what, right? We need to police and protect the west coast very, very strongly to ensure that we have security of our coastline for the reasons that I just explained.
If we look at the theme for this year's 38th AU Summit, it's building a united front to advance the cause of justice and the payments of reparations to Africans. So if we also look at some of the areas that they intend to look at, it's racial healing, talking about reparations and racial healing. Now, how do we get to the part of racial healing if reparations are yet to be paid to Africa?
Well, why should we talk about racial healings when we are not paid for what has been done to us? It seems like an easy answer that let's have racial healing and avoid the economic disadvantage that we have. Disadvantage. There's nothing wrong with racial healing. We talk to and we do engage with all races around the world. I don't think that should be the topical matter. What has happened with apartheid in South Africa and still ongoing with wanting a separate state, etc., is showing that some people are not intent on racial healing. If you're intent on racial healing, then, for example, give us back the land that you stole. If you're talking about racial healing, stop, subtle apartheid. Make sure that we and our minerals are protected. If you're talking about racial healing, I want to see real racial healing. Racial healing means absolutely implementing areas of what hurt us. What hurt us? You took our land. You took our people. You're taking our minerals for free. Follow the model of Burkina Faso. Follow the model of Mali and others that we now need to take control of our future. And yes, we will engage you on the right level. That's racial healing, that you respect us. You respect us as we are humans and you're equal. We are not your slaves anymore. If you're talking about racial healing, let's do it right. Let's get what is ours. Let's respect ourselves. Be respected by you. You know, stop using us as fodder. Stop using us as your floor cloth and respect us as individual human beings. We're talking about healing. Let's do it the right way. Let's absolutely do it the right way. Racial healing should be implemented in the real way. Give us back our land. Give us back our minerals and our resources. Pay us for taking them. That, for me, is racial healing.
AU is advocating a united front from all African countries to the demand for reparation. Now, there are also talks about debt forgiveness being one of the steps to take towards reparation. Do you agree with this?
Okay, well, as I said, we should have a basket of how we get our reparations. I just talked about some of it, land, paying us back. And if there are large debts, yes, if you wipe out the debts of all the African countries, that's a part of the contribution. But the debt is so huge in terms of the debt they owe us, the debt that they owe us, that is just one part of the contribution of reparations. So, yes, I will say, let's have the calculation of the debt forgiveness, minus it from the total amount to be repaid for labor that you got for free, that was not paid for. And let's do a calculation. We have actual scientists who can actually work out what is worth to us. And yes, we could find a formula of a basket of debt forgiveness plus land plus forced labor. All those can be put into the mix and do a calculation, and we come out with a number. Let's say it's a numbers game now. Let's do it properly. Let's get the calculation.
Okay. You do know that it is one thing to ask for reparation. It's another to actually do or pursue development and improve Africa with reparations when they are eventually paid. We've had the issue of relooting looted funds in Africa. Let's take Nigeria, for example. Looted funds have been recovered, funds that were looted by former head of state, Sani Abacha. And up to now, Nigerians are still asking, please show us what has been done with the money. In several other African countries where looted funds have been returned, hardly can you point to what those monies have been used for. Now, if Africa is calling for reparation to be paid to the continent, are we sure, or do we have that confidence in the leadership of African countries that if those monies are paid, Africans who their ancestors were sold as slaves could say we are better for it because reparations have been paid?
Okay, very, very nice question, Blessing. I think let's talk about thinking outside the box. If money has to be repaid, let it come to a trust fund, reparation trust. Let it be administered along, the lines of, for example, what do we have as our priorities for these reparation funds for the countries that were devastated by slavery? And I think community building, all the things that needed, and perhaps even if we have a fund that could be paid out as social payment to the population, like Gaddafi did when he split his oil revenues to the population. Let's have really good programs that can be beneficial to the population. Let's give back to the population what they deserve. Good health care, building of hospitals. These are things that can be seen to be implemented as part of the trust fund. And the trust fund can be administered by a group from the entire African continent that were non-beneficiaries of this horrid, very horrid and horrendous, attack on our population as a continent. You're talking about what the Belgians did, what the Germans did, what the British did, what the French did, what the Spanish did, what the Portuguese did. It's all there. So let's have a trust fund that is governed and by all the members of the African Union states, and plan out a program that will raise the benefits to the people. Whether we say free education for all, free health care for all, that to me is also a very positive way of making use of the reparations fund, and is not touched by, the leaders of the countries, because the money is not going into the coffers of the countries, but into a trust fund that is administered properly.
Honorable Williams Wallace, the Honorable, Ambassador Williams Wallace, the Honorable Consul General of Antigua and Barbuda to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We're grateful that you could be a part of the show today. Thank you so much for your time with us.
Thank you.
It's not over on the Friend Brothers. We will need to hear from you, and that will happen after this break when we will be doing posts and perspectives. So if you haven't sent that message, go ahead and do it now so that we can read your comments.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
It's time for post and perspectives. You could say it's feedback time. Yes, that's why it's called a conversation. You talk, we talk. We started talking first and then you get to lend your voice to the issues. All right, we've talked about so many developments ongoing with the Nigeria's economy expanding and also the crackdown on illegal refineries and oil thieves in Nigeria. Let's begin with the issue of the crackdown on illegal refineries and oil thieves in Nigeria. So George says, why don't we ever employ the people and use them to make our refineries work? Okay, let's get more comments on that and get to know what other persons think regarding that. So this says, this is from Ike Oshino. Some things are synonymous with us in this part. Oil thieves, bunkering, etc. But overcoming it is a process. When does it begin? Has it begun? Hashtag illegal activities. Okay, so and then we also have other comments on that. So I'm going to take just one more from that before we move away from the issue of illegal thieves. Okay, and this one is from Gladys Godwin. She says, Nigeria's oil theft and pipeline vandalism problem remains a long-standing issue that has severely impacted the country's economy, security, and environment. Pray, what do you think? Some are asking, when are we ever going to get over this? And some are saying, why can't we employ these guys who are stealing the crude? If that person seems to align with your thoughts on this.
Okay. Well, for Gladys saying that it's impacting our economy, it's impacting our nation. Yes, it is, because it has its downside. And for now, it has its downside because we have not brought in these people to the scope of things. If we have artisanal refinery, mining rather, well, then we should have artisanal refiners. I know, they, like I said earlier on, they want to put them in the same class with modular refineries. However, we can make use of these local people, because even protecting the pipelines, we're making use of local facilities, local persons who have been providing that services to the government. So we can make use of these local people and bring in, make calculations about the numbers and barrels of petrol or premium motor spirit of crude they refine, so that we can add that together and get to the 2 million that the government has planned to achieve for 2025.
Okay, we also talked about tourism, because today is World Tourism and Resilience Day, which was our first topic on Policy Discuss. And the Explorer says, tourism is the only industry where you make money by making people happy. Sustainable tourism isn't just about protecting nature, it's about empowering communities, creating jobs, and building local economies. Responsible travel ensures that both nature and people thrive together. Okay, let's see what else we can take regarding that before calling it a wrap on Post and Perspective today. It also says Taraba is Europe in Africa for tourism. We just need to clean up the security challenge, and Nigeria will be a big destination for tourism. Okay, I said I was just going to take one more from that, but it seemed like I need to take another. Okay, and this one says, this came in from C. Governor. Tourism in Africa is nature's endowment. We are far better placed and blessed compared to other continents. The issue has always been the business of industrializing these endowments. All right, we talked about reparation, which was the main focus at the 38th EU summit. So let's take some comments there. So Omo Akin says, the day Africa will just unite and say enough is enough to the West and other intercontinental interference, that day we are set free. And then a last comment from that. Okay. So Dr. Oluwashoyi says, the AU should be promoting trade within and among African countries and free movement of goods and services without tariffs and import duties, as well free movement of people, at least on a visiting level. Africa don't need aids or handouts, but trade. But we're talking about reparations here. It is not exactly handouts.
Reparations is not handout, but what I foresee is the West won't give you reparations, because it's like because Africa has done this before. Africa has done this in terms of international media, where we wanted media from African countries should also be on the forefront of passing out information that will be taken as something, the way the West media is dominating media practice globally. And I remember the forefront that the West put, that no, we are not going to accept this. We are also participating. It's our responsibility to pass out information. So you go ahead and do likewise. We don't try to tell us to make it a plain playing ground. You're a player. Play on the ground. It's plain for everyone. So
okay,
I don't really going to see it come, but if they are going to do that, I think it's going to really amend a lot of fractured relationships.
Well, let's see what the AU can do regarding pushing with one voice for reparations from Africa. It just means that if they have enforced labor, what those countries have benefited from those labor pay back to the country where those laborers came from. And that's what the talk about reparation has been. All right, it's time for us to get on the field of sports, play football or talk other types of sports, as Chooks John Bridges is standing by. Hello, Chooks.
Good evening, excellent morning.
Okay, welcome to the money side of sports. For those that are wondering, this is Souq News, and I'm going to take you where the money is when it comes to sports. We'll go straight to tennis. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. Now, for those that are wondering, Argentina Open just finished, and a young man, he's 18-year-old, and he just won his first ATP tour. Brazilian drove through Corredolo 6476 in front of a very boisterous crowd in Buenos Aires. And hey, kudos to the young man. This is the first time it's happening since 2000, and the first youngest person after Kelnick, Shikiro, Rafael Nadal, and Carlos Alcaraz. Those were good history, but the young man is going home with $160,000. 7 days playing. It didn't just happen in 7 days. Now, let me tell you more things that are happening in sports and where the money is. For those that can remember, there was this particular car, a Mercedes Streamliner, that raced some time ago. Legends Sterling Moss and Joan Manuel Fangio, they won races with this particular car. It's been auctioned, and guess how much? £42.75 million. Yes, you heard me right. I want to say congratulations to those that are still collecting and have money to spare on this. You never can tell. When will these monies get to Africa? Your guess is as good as mine. So for everyone that has watched this particular car race, that was 1955. Same way, Buenos Aires, also raced in Italy. I want to say congratulations to the person that won this at the auction. And hey, it also set a speed limit of 134 miles per hour. That was some years back. Cars are doing 500 now, but all, hey, is a collector's item. So now let's keep going. Sports business. Juve has agreed, good deal. Guess who? Theta, the crypto firm. They are buying into Juve, and that happened this last Friday. They are taking a minority stake in Juve FC, and you are not just going to see crypto firms or crypto companies as advertising on shirts or stadia. Now they are owning the clubs. Africa, wake up. Africa, wake up. There is money to be made. Now let's get to cricket. English cricket is £5 million richer. Congratulations to them. Now, the England and Wales Cricket Board is counting the zeros. 1, 2. Now, multiplied by 500. After a highly competitive auction, they saw the ECB sell its 49% stake in all 8 teams competing in the 100. These are sports we don't take that seriously here. But when you hear these figures, I think we should start taking them serious. So right now, we have a combined enterprise value of around £975 million. Just 25 million shy of $1 billion. Now, you know that sports is business. Now, let's bring it a bit back home. Most times when you hear a lot of these transfers and see these figures come with it, let's look at the National Football League. For those that are still wondering, the Super Bowl happened sometime last week. Now, sponsorship market for each stadium as we speak now is what? $290 million per year. I have to look down because I'm counting the amount of stadia we have in Africa, and I'm asking ourselves, how can we get there? $290 million per year. Just sponsorship alone. Now, cumulative value of naming right deal just for one stadium. Let that sink in. We need to start not just improving our sports, but being able to showcase what we also have. Let people come and put money there. We have big conglomerate. They can name any of the stadia in Africa. It's allowed. So congratulations to Philadelphia Eagles. Yes, over the past week they beat City Chiefs 40-22. Congratulations to them. And each player went home with $171,000. That's a bonus. Not just what they've been making all over the years. Just a bonus. So congratulations to them once more. Now let's come back home. MPFL, Nigeria Premier Football League. Nasarawa United, they sacked their coach. Dogo, will I call it sack? Okay, good. They parted ways. And they hired former Super Eagles coach. Now, this is the sad part we don't get to see. While do we not see the money move when we have this kind of transfers on this side of the divide? All the same, congratulations to Kabir Dogo. That was a mutual agreement, and he's gone. And now the club announced on Sunday that the decision comes after disappointing run, 2025, 2024, 2025 wasn't too good for them. And now they've brought in former Eagles coach. And they're looking forward to turn their season around, Nasarawa United. They've appointed chief coach Salisu Yusuf as Dogo's replacement. We really want to see the monies that are moving in the MPFL. At least let it encourage people to also put their money down if we want companies to put their money down. That's how far we will go for today. But always remember, there is money to be made in sport. Not just money, it could also be a national earner. If Brazil can't focus and make that much, we also can do better. I'll hand you back to Blessing and Priye, and they will take it off from here. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. Keep it locked on Souq News.
After all those runnings on the track field and all of the passing the ball from left to right from one person and scoring the goals, and those who are making the money from signings, from transfers and all, we come back now to say goodbyes. Sometimes when I hear Souq, John Rogers and all the sports girls talk about monies in this water sport, it makes me feel like, I should try my talent,
You should, because he mentioned 42 million pounds, and that's about 87 billion naira.
Okay. I'm a very skilled football player in my mind, too.
You look like one.
So when the competition comes, for football players, and the game will be played in our heads, in our mind, and we communicate to you how well we're playing the match, then please, I will be there. Clubs that are looking for players to buy, mind football players, please come by me. I'm Blessing H.E. and this has been the show, Friend Bonus today. Thank you for watching. Let's do this again tomorrow. You know the time, 7 a.m. West African time. Please like our post and comment on it. There are several amazing contents that you get to enjoy on Souq News TV. So please stay with the channel. There'll be news, media news at noon.
All right, I am Oyin Priya Krumale. Many thanks for watching, and our week is just starting. So take care of yourselves.
Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. Impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3rd million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sectors' efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News. Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River, and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production,
the writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new.
Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and Souq. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, you know, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. The Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which was also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now, but actually they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us, people like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Mohammed, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time. that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time, I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth, and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. If I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. And so I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image or whatever message you have to deliver. You have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poet? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have done. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, we will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who had just won the election or the one who had just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 5.5 of Hamelin towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Augi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. But I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, to shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were two black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting, behind 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nothing, we were still feeling very hot about, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That has happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But we don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit. They make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has the gift, not everyone that has the talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anike Agbadin was excellent. Yola Sope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't have allow a woman to pick up a script and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That host happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, you're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadilun was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. We were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Roboman, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenna Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Siene Oweber, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. You cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Ndagoba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radije Didu and do a little bit of Ewe on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, you know, this cultural milieu and bringing, you know, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, you know, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, you know, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out of the right side of your bed or not. You're going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, whatever, which you don't even know where the man, you know, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and you know, all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let us ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just batting in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it, came and had his own first attack all on his own from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then. What do you think went wrong? Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy our own Nigerian people. Wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are you going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together, the Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and And he wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, oh, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that have gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things. Things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wole Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station like that, the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who's coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call their, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. You know, things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, you know, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, you know, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can't happen. Sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of Souq. I'm sure he has a record of what the question he's asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of Souq. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of their navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and to apply this a trade that by some madams. Trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over. At that level, if they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. You know, Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. Or taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We are not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we are doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they will be able to calm all the issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, I was taught to speak Ichekiri well. That affects for Ichekiri man. I was do but I did much connection family like my own as well. occasionally Yoruba very my exams I used to do Yoruba in about days on radio. I can see head I think I found it's like the thing of sometimes goes home to family when really from the Greek side. And nobody, and in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So, loud. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is life stage Kenya for many years because the minister came to Nigeria and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books and he gave media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limits then. Because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when Tekuri food was being prepared in the museum and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that I very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Live. My name is Hans Mba. We are on Souq News Television, as you already know. On the show today, we have another special guest, like we always do every time you see Inside Live on your screen. Now, this is a musician, like one of my friends likes to call it, I like to say. So he's a musician of a different kind. This is so he performs, or he hones his skills on a different kind of stage. I will not tell the story for him, but let him do it. He's none other than Komi or Komo?
Komi Flame.
Komi Flames is in the house, but I like to call him Daniel Ahanji. How are you doing, sir?
Very well, sir.
First and foremost, what you do is different. And I think I know where it's from, but I would like the people to also know where that came from. Tell us what you do.
So my name is Komi Flame and I do busking. Busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people and also to make tip from it.
Life of a loader, all of this stress I've been under. Rather my cup running over, but I'm okay tonight. Oh, yeah, we gon' be alright, but I'm okay tonight.
Okay, if you say it like that, it's a bit iffy. So, busking, break it down for us. What does the art of busking? Because from what we know about busking, from what I know about busking, it's you see it on movies when people travel on trips. Yeah. You see people on the streets. So it's either their hearts open on the floor, they're playing a keyboard, or they're playing drums, or they're actually just singing. You know. So explain your type of busking or busking. Busking?
Yes.
Please explain to us.
So my type of busking is me singing and playing the guitar at the same time. And also busking is spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G, not B-O-X-I-N-G. It's spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G. Okay. So busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people, or playing in any public place at all to entertain people and make people listen or watch what you are doing. It might be music, playing an instrument, magic, anything. Just a public showcase of anything you can do, and that's just it.
What makes me in awe of this art, right? It's a different kind of art. It's iffy almost. Why busking? Why did you believe in busking? Because I know. From around here, I've been around a while. I've been around music circles. I've been around, entertainment for a while. Yeah. I've never seen anyone do busking
in this part of the world. Right?
In this part of the world. So I really we want to get into your mind space. How long have you done this for, by the way?
I've been busking since 2019.
So let's just go back a bit. So why busking for you?
Learning from his church, and he will come back home and teach me with his own guitar. So from there, I was learning the guitar, and before then I could sing. I sing in churches, fellowships, and stuff like that. So after that, I saw someone doing busking in Nigeria, actually, in this part of the world, but he does not do it any longer. So I saw someone doing busking at that particular time while I was learning the guitar. So I was like,
where was this and when?
This was around 2019, so I guess the beginning of 2019. So I saw him doing the busking, and I told myself, no be the same guitar where I play with this. So I saw him doing it, and his heart was down in a mall in Souq. So I told myself that I'm going to up on my guitar skills and up on my singing skills too, and I'm going to do this same thing at this same place, maybe during December, because I know normally December people are always out in the mall. So I told myself I was going to do the same thing here, and I made it happen.
So that was it. Like you saw one guy at the mall in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Did you have a conversation with this person? What's his name?
His name is Alex. Alexi. We still talk sometimes.
So why did he tell you why he got off?
No,
he just
no, he still do music, just he does other businesses and stuff like that, and normally busking is not easy, so anyone that might just give up on the craft, give up on busking, not on music, maybe to chase other things, it's not a bad idea.
So are you going to give up on busking?
it took a while. Yeah, that boldness no fully come. But I just told myself that this person is doing this thing. I could also do the same thing. Yeah. And over the years gone, I've even done more than he has done. Yeah. Because the way I've pushed mine, you get, he's my boss, so I respect him up till date. But the way I've pushed my own busking, yeah.
Obviously, that's why you're here today.
Yeah, that's why.
On
That's
Inside
it.
Life. So now, 2019, you saw Alexi, you're like, I can do this. So how has it been from then till now? Because I know that I've seen you do your stuff from malls to street corners.
Yeah.
From the island to the. Have you done any busking outside of Lagos?
No.
So I've seen you go, because I like to say, yeah, your stage is different, right?
Yeah.
I've seen you. So what are the places you have done your performed, and what's the experience like?
I've performed at different places. There are some places I just even performed there only once, and after once I did not go there
gone back there
for a very long time. But I've tried out different places on the streets. As far as it's in Lagos, yeah, I'll try my best to make sure I get to that place. Yeah, on the island, at malls. Yeah.
So how
different
often
places.
have you done? So I'll say the mall in Lekki, the mall in Sule, the mall at Novare, up
Yes.
around
Shongotedo.
Shongotedo. That's
Joshua
another place
Yaba.
where the people will
Yes. Yeah. Or Balide currently, and some places on the mainland. Yeah. I do Oshodi too sometimes. Yeah. I do Sulere too. Sometimes I also go to the island. Yeah. Most times if I go to the island. Yeah.
Why did you add most times?
Because there's no I can't really say it.
Come on, I know why. Okay. You won't say why, but I'll tell them why.
Yeah.
So how much is the most you have made from basking at any of the malls? Tell us the truth though. With the numbers, but we want people to.
So, busking on the streets, yeah, I can't say for you though. It's depending on your craft, but I could say you could roughly make from 10K to any amount, maybe 500, 200, 300.
I like that margin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it can be good today,
and
tomorrow is going to be bloody.
I know, because I've seen some basking and I'm like, dude, you guys help this guy, you know? Of the
because
money?
No, not the money. Family, anything.
Ikeja City Mall. Let us breathe. So who do you give these letters to? Because you have to be sure that they're being delivered. That's another thing.
I guess that's not in my power. My own job is to go present the letter. Yeah, and
It's
I
in
get
your power to give it. If you come, for instance, you come here and downstairs, you walk across the road and give someone a letter.
I go to the central management office, okay, and I present the letter to the secretary I find that seat at that particular moment. Yet sometimes if I go now, yeah, the person I'll meet there when
Someone
I do
else.
the ceremony, it's someone else. Yeah, but what I know is I've sent my letter to them 3 times. 3 times.
So this is the same thing you've done.
And
at
I got
other
3
malls? They've been responding to you and they said no.
No.
Is there a reason why?
They said it's not done in the mall, that they can't do such a thing.
Did you tell them about other malls where you perform at?
Of course. They said if I could do it there, does not mean I could do it here.
Ah, I see. Okay, I thought you didn't get any response. I was going to tell them that they should do something about that.
Yeah.
So, street corners.
Yes, sir.
Streets. You mentioned Oshodi. Where else have you?
Street corners, Oshodi, Obali.
Do you choose, like popular bus stops with human traffic, or do you just, as you're led, you just stop somewhere and you start to play?
No. I don't. It's not as I'm led. I'm strategic about it. Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So, if you get to a place, just like Lagos is Lagos, right? Do you need to inform certain people that you are going to be performing? For instance, if you come to my neighborhood,
yeah,
there are certain people you gotta see,
yeah,
and say, Baba, we have come, what to do?
No, if I notice that some guys around here, like the area boys and stuff like that, I don't really even speak to the area boys. I go to their boss. Yeah, and
obviously,
I speak to them.
Obviously.
And I speak to him. As soon as almost time ago, I don't speak. I just start doing my thing. I know they will come around. So when they come around, I'll say, who I want to know your boss. So as soon as I speak to your boss, yeah.
It's an okay thing.
Yeah.
Awesome. You start doing your thing. So you said 2019.
Yes, sir.
So prior to 2019, you never held a guitar?
No, I said I was learning the guitar around that year time. Yeah. I've been learning the guitar with my friend. Yeah, and there's a particular, when I even started learning, I did not have my own. So I was learning with his. So from time to time, I got a smaller guitar.
Was it every day?
Yeah.
Was it every day you were learning?
No, not every day.
But
I just wanted it. I loved it. Yeah, I wanted to learn the guitar, and I just like the instruments. So even sometimes Happy no fair to me. Say I never call you to it. But I hope that you are well. I hope you're my better. Every day I dey pray for you. Make me Papa God bless you. See I ain't forget you. Say I go forget you. See my shoulder. Make you rest up on me. No, I got you. Now me be your friend. The man don't shoulder. I don't keep some for you. No go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody send you down for that. I did for you, my friend.
I wish I had a studio audience. I love it. And I have to play this instrument. I'm sorry. Because something stood out for me. You talked about you wanting to do it.
Yeah.
There's nothing beats passion. Nothing beats passion. I hope I am passionate enough to drive this and want to do it.
So okay, I would like to say something. Like it's
Please.
not about the money, for real. It's not about the money because I've seen.
You just took the words from my mouth. I was going to,
I've
I was going to go there again.
I've seen my growth over the years. The first day, the day I got my first guitar, which was the smaller one, yeah. While I was going home, yeah, someone in the bus paid for my transport because he just saw me. I got a new guitar and he was talking to me. I was like, "You just got a new guitar?" I said, "Yes." Yeah. Then he paid for my transport and he told me, "Yeah, hopefully one day I'm going to pay to see you at a bigger show." And at that particular point, I did not know what he was talking about. Yeah, I was like,
I just want to learn.
Does he want to see it? I just want to learn this thing. You want to see?
And the more, like, how long has that been?
Most times when I get jobs, yeah, when I get jobs, due to the fact that we don't have any
Now, do you get called?
Yeah,
to events and stuff?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
To bars, restaurants too. So most times when I get jobs like that, maybe I'm playing in a particular mall this time, I'm playing in a particular restaurant this time, yeah, and in as much as the place might be paying me, due to the fact that I don't have any written, just know that I'm not going to be there for too long. Move as soon as this one just next one you get. So most time the only deal I've gotten that stayed very long was the Landmark deal, yeah, and I still play a Landmark
at the beach.
Yes, I still play a Landmark.
So can someone do busking as a full-time job?
Of course.
Speak on it for a little bit.
So a person can decide to brand himself as a busker, not even as a recording artist, but as a full-time busker. In the sense whereby you have different locations that you play. It's just about planning different locations that you play every day. But you just have to understand the craft you get. You don't have to do the same thing. You have to add ginger. You have to add different things to what you're doing. You have to make it interesting so that if I see you today and I'm seeing you maybe next 2 weeks, you get, there should be I should be willing to see you again, you get. So it takes a lot of work, you get, so that it does not get
you have to
boring.
keep upping your game.
Yes, it does not get boring over.
It's actually it's similar to going listening to sing,
yeah,
and all going to their page to listen to their music. You aspire to see them on stage. You don't want to hear what you're hearing on the streaming platforms. You want to see him do the song differently, which is why I understand what you're saying there. Okay. That's the only place I is over.
I watch the video on YouTube, yeah, because most times I get my ideas of the busking craft. Most people that do videos that inspire me are
any kind of video.
People are
saying people that are saying
that does busking.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I saw a guy that made that he quit bank to come on the street.
I felt it was strange when I
for him to do that it's also his own job to do different locations.
Many times I know people that are creative. Many times when he says, okay, I'm leaving a bank job to go feel me about what is for you.
Me, yeah. So I'm enjoying one. If my setup is giving me what I just have that I'm getting that sound from my gift of. So my what I'm doing, I must actually enjoy it. So if I'm enjoying it, what I'm doing at that particular moment, I don't even care what anybody is putting in my basket. I'm alright.
But there is a basket.
Yeah.
All the fulfillment for that day, his
exactly,
you know. Come. Because commend people I do personally as well is when I see people on that people that, of course,
yeah.
Look, see, don't,
yeah, but currently,
but you just right because busking will not give you time.
No, busking, no,
have you?
Yeah.
Let's.
She go try and I don't do something. You something. Some. I love you for
That and hope to see you again same time.
Yes.
Again.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, well, still inside life, you heard from Komi Flames. Check him out on social media. He's Komi Flames across board. Check out his music. He's gone, like I said earlier, his stage is a different kind, you know, from street corners to malls, and he sings and he touches people's hearts. And if you feel touched, you support him. But the important thing is the fulfillment that is gotten from the arts called basking. Same time next week. See you. It's Inside Live. My name is Hansenba. Bye for now.
Hi, I'm Blessed Nation. This is Souq exclusive. You know, when it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, talking about media consultancy, as she's been publicist to renowned artists such as the late George Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it because they're classics. When you talk about George Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet DJ Kwega. Good morning, welcome to the show.
Good morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that, thank you.
All right, now for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle, Orlando Martins, was the first African to go to Hollywood.
Yes.
So talk to us, how has it been for you growing up amid celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with great uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area. And I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to great uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child, he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people. And we didn't appreciate it at the time. And when I told the story, when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language, I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother, Babatunde, and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokiapega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, She worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. And I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got experience all around from media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artists, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looks after David Bowie, on the second day I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie?
I can imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together, and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share with me your experience working with George Michael. I'm eager to know how it must have been working with him, watching him, on TV. I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990. Well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him. When I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s, he was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London. And during the MTV Awards, everyone's assigned to different artists. So back in those days, it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist. George Michael was there. You had the Foo Fighters. You had Janet Jackson. You had different artists. But that day, I was assigned to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander Palace, actually. I had to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort. Okay. I'm going to be your talent escort. And it was just him that came alone. So can you imagine with my idol who I'd loved as a teenager, meeting at the car and having to just be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At that stage, I wasn't working for him. At that stage, I was just starting out in my career in 96. Starting out in my career, one of my second jobs actually at MTV Europe in London and looking after George Michael. And it was because of looking after him that day, and I kept in touch with his management team, that literally, I want to say 12 years later, I worked for him.
Okay.
In 2008. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that young girl who was all nervous, and you looked after him, and I just loved your company. Come and work in my office. It's because of him I can say a lot that I'm here today, because he gave me so many opportunities. I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards and what it was like in that aspect of your career, when George Michael passed, how was it? How did you take the news?
On that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something and said, oh, look on the iPad, it just flashed up, George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing and I got a call and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News. And he said, Jay, you've got to come on. You know, we've spoken to the management and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something. And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George. What a wonderful person he was, personable, kind. You know, and when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. It was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy. Very shy.
Strange.
Yes. And you'd say, oh, we have to do it. And he'd roll his eyes. Oh, do we have to? Like, yeah, oh, you know. But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had. And unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone.
Yes, you feel like he's alive
still
again.
Alive
Yes.
and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in an
Yes.
interview that you granted,
Yes.
talked about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I think sometimes it's just taking a step back and sort of saying, okay, this is a little beyond me. I mentioned went to some Oscar parties just a month ago. We were in Los Angeles and we went to this charity event, which we thought would be a friend of mine invited me and said, oh, come to this, it's called the Green Charity. I thought, oh, it sounds simple enough, but it was at a very nice hotel. And who should walk in? Zendaya. And she's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, oh, hello, what are you here for? And I said, oh, I'm just visiting from London. And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like you're here today, you're a wonderful interviewer.
Thank you very much.
You know, lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give, no matter how high, no matter how the journey is going. I think we're all humans. And the way she, you know, took the time to say, oh, hello, and oh, what are you doing here? Where are you from? You know, and I thought that was really nice. And we just connected as human beings. So little things like that help, that you overcome whatever the personality is.
Let's get to the Academy Awards now.
Yeah.
I'm eager to know. Now, being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot.
Yeah.
I guess that there are not many Black persons in that space. So working in that space and doing your bit, how has it helped you? And how do you think it has also helped other artists of African descent in the entertainment industry? What have you learned that they should learn?
I think we've come a long way. It's getting better. We're not there yet, but it's improving in the sense that there are people not able to make films. Just recently, actually, just this time, a cousin of ours through our mother's related to his father, Miss San Harriman. His father was the late Hope Harriman, who's well known in Nigeria. And he was a business partner of my father's, Ben Ipega, Harriman, Ipega & Co. They were land property developers, well known in Lagos. Miss San had a film at the Oscars, a short film that was nominated with the actor David Oyelowo in the lead. And when you have our work being honored like that, he was a nominee. He didn't win this time, but the fact that he was at the Oscars shows you that we're being recognized, not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and his entourage, and I was the publicist there, and somebody came to me and said, could you go and find the publicist? And I had to say, I am the publicist. and they had to apologize.
Why was it hard for them to detect who the publicist was? Is it that you're this person who likes to be in your space? Is it you're called out?
At that time, I was there doing my work and being respectful, but I was the only person that looked like me.
Oh, are you talking about color now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because especially even now in the sphere of publicists, I would say 3% of us are of ethnic minority in the UK, on par, on that level where we've grown, and the level working with very A-list talent and things like that. There are not so many of us. It's getting better, but we still have a struggle. I've still had issues lately in my life, in this role that I've been in, but I refuse to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to be very comfortable in the UK or working in the UK.
Yes.
Most part of your career has been in the UK.
Yes, most of it.
What's it about the UK that makes you comfortable? If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have worked briefly in the US and lived there as a student as well. And basically, and my ex-partner is from the US, Los Angeles. But essentially, the UK, because I went at 8, because I think I went as a young child, I went to boarding school there, so I really cultivated the culture there. And when you grow up somewhere, it becomes more familiar, if that makes sense.
More like home.
Like home. But again, it's a similarity with Nigeria. We all speak English, and this was a colony in its time. But there's that similarity with Nigeria and England in the sense that we're not far. Like, look at the time now. We're both on the same time zones at the moment. There's just that closeness to home. And I think that's why I became more settled there and became like a second home to me.
All right, let's talk about your first home, Nigeria.
Yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yeah.
This is your home. No one should ask you, why are you here? But I want to ask, what's up this time that you're here?
This time is very special. Well, essentially, again, we go back to George Michael because I am here for the GT Food and Drink Festival. And basically, the person that I came with, we all came yesterday with Dylan Alora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos. And we came over with Tom Parker Bowles, who's the son of Queen Camilla. And we all flew over last night. And George Michael gets involved with this again because I met him because he was a friend of George Michael and someone that we organized tickets for back in 2008. So we thank George Michael. Because of George Michael, Tom is here. And so we're here for the food festival for a few days to enjoy, see what it's all about. I haven't been to any of these festivals. I think it'll be fascinating. And they have other people attending like Aldo Zilli, Jean-Christophe Novelli, and some US chefs as well. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. So that's brought me here for 5 days to enjoy Lagos. And I'm always happy to come home.
So it's a food festival. I'm going to tell you a bit about it because I was at the last year's edition. It was a wow events talking about having.
So you've
friendship.
been?
Oh, yes,
I haven't been.
But I'll leave you to have your experience.
Okay.
But let's talk a bit about Thomas Parker Bowles. So being a food critic.
Yes.
That's not very common. Now, how do you become a food critic? It seems like you've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of different people. Now, that looks like a career that is not quite common. And working with someone like that, from where you're coming from, working with those in music, it's different.
It's still in the realm of, in England, it's very popular actually. It's a very popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name in the sense of, you don't have to be a chef per se. It's more like you're an editorial person. It's like you review films, review music, review films, and you review restaurants. So for example, we took him to, there's a restaurant called Enish in London, Nigerian restaurants, and they have them in Dubai as well. Very popular outside Nigeria. And the people, critics have often said, we've written about food, Italian food, Spanish food. Why not Nigerian food? And what I've really admired about him is that because he's written books, he writes recipes, and he works with chefs, and that's what food critics do. And it's a very popular thing to do in the UK right now. A lot of people are food critics, you know, writing for the Times. You either write for a magazine or you write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. So the role of food critic is really, really something that's done worldwide. But I know maybe here, maybe in Nigeria, it's not so common, but it's very lucrative. Yes, it's very lucrative.
All right, so what would you think a Thomas Ball coming to the food court, the GT food court, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews, is going to do for Nigerian food? Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had the taste of the Nigerian jollof just want to talk about it and maybe look forward to tasting it. But there are different kinds of food that will be sampled.
Yes.
What would that do to Nigerian cuisine?
You see, there's a perception in Europe and in the bigger world. People assume, unfortunately, going on the darker side of things, they see a lot of people coming on boats trying to get into England. They feel like we don't have anything back here. We don't have the development here. You know, some of the buildings, the aspirational things of it. People are business-minded. Come into these studios for goodness sake. You can't imagine that this is all going on in Africa. I have people up to this day say, "Oh, do you have buildings in Nigeria? Do people eat? There's no food,
That's funny.
And they don't realize. So when you have an ambassador like Tom Parker Bowles come to Nigeria, and when he writes anything in England, everybody reads it, they comment on it. The fact that his mother's Queen Camilla of England, that might have something to do with it. But his voice is very loud, and what I'm really proud of him is that he said, I want to come and see Nigeria for myself. You know, I hear these things at the foods, people like, oh, nobody goes to Nigerian restaurants. Who wants to eat Nigerian food? It's growing now. There's that interest. And it's good for us because we can bring our food to the world. You know, for people who can't come to Nigeria immediately, people want to come and people will come. But people who can't come, people like him, food critics, can come back with that message that we've been to Nigeria, we see what they do, they're really doing well, they're trying. Yes, there's good and bad in everything, but they're promoting our food, promoting our culture, and it gives us industry, it gives us some business opportunities, it gives us partnership opportunities, and it's increasing our voice in the big global stage.
I'd like to get back to your first love, which is being publicist for entertainers.
Yes.
Now, in Nigeria, we have A-list artists that are known worldwide.
Yes.
They have managers.
Yes.
Some of them also have publicists.
Yes.
Looking at the way they're managed and the way the publicists run, is there a thing or two you think they need to know and understand when working with artists? How could it also help their career?
I think to realize sometimes it's not overnight and it shouldn't be so gimmicky. A lot of the time people want Instagram followers and let's do this crazy thing or let's do that crazy. You want it to last, you want longevity. So it might be that, we all love Burna Boy or whoever the big star is. But what I like with people like, I want to give someone an example like Skepta. Do you know Skepta?
I do.
He is wonderful because he's done things like with Channel 4 in the UK where he's done content with young people to try and bring them, let's take them away from the knife culture or any crime and trying to inspire younger people to do business, to do different things with their lives. So I think what the PRs can do is like use them as like an influence, as a force to say, come into this, you can do your career here. It doesn't always have to be in entertainment. You can be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer for an actor, you can be a lawyer for a singer, you can be a lawyer for whatever. Or you can do different jobs, but just to aspire to do better. And I think that's what PRs can do a bit more of and use the talent, that platform they have, those 22 million followers on Instagram, use it as a platform to inspire young people to come up.
And good enough, you are inspiring a lot of young people watching Souq News TV because this is what it's about.
Yes.
Changing the narrative, inspiring people to be better.
Definitely.
As a wrap up, what's next for you after the GT call?
Oh my goodness. There's a lot because, like I said, my main role at the moment is working with the BBC. So working on different shows. I've just done something called The History of Disco. And I was thrilled to see it on the flight over on British Airways.
Do you dance?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I won the Michael Jackson dancing competition
Really?
as a teenager. Yes,
I'd like
I
to
did.
see that.
I want to do it here. But yes, so there's a lot in the pipeline, lots of new programs.
News on Souq News TV. Thank you for joining us. I am Blessing A.J. Let's get the headlines. President Tinubu calls for maritime task force to secure Gulf of Guinea. Federal government urges U.S. to ensure humane deportation process. Nigeria Export Processing Zones Authority (NEPZA) plans revival of 20 inactive free trade zones. Plus, WAEC releases 2024 private candidates results with hold 2,577. Now, details of the news. President Bola Tinubu has urged the African Union Peace and Security Council to prioritize the creation of a combined maritime task force to enhance security in the Gulf of Guinea. Speaking at the 38th ordinary session of the AU Assembly in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, Tinubu expressed Nigeria's readiness to host the task force headquarters in Lagos. His message, delivered by Foreign Affairs Minister Yusuf Tuga, also backed the establishment of an African-led credit rating agency for fairer economic assessments. The call for a maritime task force coincided with Nigeria signing an agreement with the AU for strategic sea lift services. Under the agreement, the Nigerian Navy will provide a vessel for AU peace operations and humanitarian missions on a cost recovery basis. Defense Minister Badaru Abubakar signed the agreement witnessed by the Attorney General, Justice Minister, and Naval Chief. Tinubu also highlighted regional security concerns, stressing the importance of stability in Libya for peace in the Sahel. He welcomed progress in operationalizing the African Standby Force and called on AU member states to adopt a memorandum of understanding for its full implementation. Additionally, Tinubu supported the African Finance and Stability Mechanism to strengthen financial resilience, lower borrowing costs, and drive economic growth across the continent. The federal government has raised concerns over the deportation of Nigerian nationals from the United States, calling for a dignified and humane repatriation process. Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, conveyed a stance during a meeting with U.S. Ambassador Richard Mills, Jr., stressing the emotional and financial strain on deportees and their families. With 201 Nigerians currently detained and 85 cleared for deportation, she emphasized the need for a process that allows individuals to settle their affairs before leaving. Odumegu Ojukwu also voiced worries over the possible suspension of the U.S. Dropbox visa system, which has enabled visa renewals without in-person interviews. She urged the U.S. to clarify its stance, noting that many Nigerians depend on the system for business, education, and family visits. Additionally, she raised concerns about the ongoing review of USAID programs, highlighting the potential impact on humanitarian aid in Nigeria and Africa in response. In response, Ambassador Mills assured that the Dropbox visa system had not been suspended but was under review, a common practice with new administrations. Regarding deportations, he clarified that most returnees would include individuals with criminal convictions or immigration violations. He assured that while the process would continue, the U.S. was mindful of Nigeria's concerns and would ensure compliance with international conventions. The federal government plans to absorb 28,000 health workers previously funded by the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, according to the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Ali Pate. Speaking on a live TV, Pate emphasized the government's commitment to strengthening Nigeria's healthcare system and shifting U.S. policies on foreign aid. The move comes after the United States President, Donald Trump, ordered a pause on funding for HIV treatment in developing countries, affecting USAID operations and the president's emergency plan for AIDS relief, while a waiver allows continued access to treatment for people living with HIV. Nigeria's government has allocated 4.5 billion naira to procure HIV treatment packs. Pate highlighted the need to reduce foreign dependence and increase local investment in healthcare. With over 70% of Nigeria's medical supplies being imported, Pate noted that the government is determined to take ownership of its health sector. He stressed that while external support is welcome, Nigeria must prioritize domestic investment. Meanwhile, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has endorsed the newly launched Africa Credit Rating Agency, AFRCRA, emphasizing its role in providing fair and transparent credit assessment for African economies. The African Union AU introduced AFCRA on Friday to counter biases from global rating firms. Tinubu praised the AU, the African Development Bank, and the Specialized Technical Committee on Finance for their leadership in advancing a financing framework tailored to African needs. Speaking on Africa's financial future, Tinubu highlighted the importance of the Africa Financing Stability Mechanism in tackling challenges such as high borrowing costs, debt burdens, and limited access to long-term financing. He stated that the AFSM would strengthen economic resilience, stabilize financial systems, and create opportunities for citizens. This commitment was reaffirmed at the 5th Extraordinary Session on Finance held in Abuja in November 2024, I beg your pardon. Meanwhile, Kenya's President William Ruto officially unveiled AFCRA at an AU event in Addis Ababa, criticizing global credit rating agencies for their negative bias against African economies. A joint study by the Africa Peer Review Mechanism and the UN Development Programme estimates that biased ratings have cost Africa $75 billion in lost opportunities. The AU has long challenged these assessments, calling for an independent agency that fairly reflects Africa's economic realities and growth potential. The Director General of the World Trade Organization, WTO, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, has called on African leaders to explore local funding opportunities instead of relying on foreign aid. Speaking at the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, she emphasized that access to aid should be seen as a thing of the past. Okonjo-Iweala, a former Nigerian finance minister and ex-World Bank economist, stressed the need for a mindset shift across the continent. She noted that while the freeze on billions of dollars in U.S. global funding for health and education poses challenges, Africa must recognize and seize opportunities within these constraints. To navigate the evolving economic landscape, she urged African governments to focus on attracting investment and mobilizing domestic resources. She highlighted that sustainable growth and resilience depend on proactive strategies rather than reliance on policies influenced by external political changes. Up next, Methodist Church Nigeria celebrates Secretary of Conference 60th birthday. Let's bring you details after this break. To stay tuned to the media news on Souq News TV. Many thanks for staying tuned to the media news on Souq News TV. The Methodist Church Nigeria in Lagos marked the 60th birthday of its Secretary of Conference, the Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, on February 15, 2025. The celebration took place at the Diocese of Lagos Mainland City Mission Methodist Church in Surulere, bringing together family, friends, and church members from various states. The ceremony saw several prominent figures in attendance and officiating ministers such as the prelate, His Eminence Dr. Oliver Ali Abba, some archbishops, and the host of others. The owners and leadership of Femi Wash Limited, Ambassador Victor Wash Oluwafemi, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, and the Chief Responsibility Officer Samuel Orowoje graced the occasion. Other distinguished guests include the Bishop of Elekuru Ibadan, Right Reverend Dr. David Adekoya, and Right Reverend Dr. Kolade Fadunsi. During the Diamond Jubilee celebration, the celebrant expressed heartfelt gratitude to God for his journey thus far. Accompanied by his family, Dr. Babatunde also thanked the leadership and members of the Methodist Church Nigeria for their supports.
Thank you so much, sir, for making this work easy for me. Because without your support as the lay president of conference, there's no way I'll effectively work with the prelate and turn this church to a better church. Thank you so much, my brother. I love you. I love your family in Jesus' name. Let me thank all our past lay presidents that are here, including Sir Lanubutola, who is formerly president of Remo. He's a lay president. He's my uncle, my brother. Thank you so much, sir. The lay president of Lagos Central, retired too. So, thank you so much. Prof. Shomori, thank you so much. All other lay presidents that are here, whether you are physically here or in absentia, we thank you. All our conference legal advisors, technical advisors, they are all here. Thank you so much. The choir, oh my God, you talk so well. You make us so proud.
The event was filled with hymns, praise sessions, supplications, and special tributes, with attendees sharing their personal testimonies during interviews with Souq News Television.
He's a father, he's a mentor. We've known him for a very long time before now, and he has played a developmental role in our lives as young people who were growing up.
He's a very lovable man. And then when you see his relationship with his wife, you will say that they are role models.
His leadership skill is immeasurable, right? And the impact on people, you cannot count it, right? Even on his children and the people that knows him, everybody speak good of him. He's a father to the fatherless, and he's just too good to people. Always cheerful, and he's a peace lover.
We wish him long life, prosperity, and everything good life can offer.
As he's celebrating his 60th birthday today, I wish him long life, prosperity, more riches. He will see his children's children in good health in the mighty name of Jesus.
Moving now to the transportation sector, the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, on Friday announced an 18% increase in fares for its BRT buses starting from Monday, February 17. Speaking on the cause of the increase, LAMATA said the decision was due to the rising cost of diesel and that most of the buses were out of operation due to the lack of spare parts. They implored the cooperation of Nigerians who use their services through their official social media handles where they made the announcements. Meanwhile, the Lagos State Management Authority LOMA has warned property owners and residents against engaging in illegal recycling and scavenging at unlicensed facilities. The agency advised them to stop indiscriminate sorting, dumping, storing, and trading of recyclable waste, emphasizing the environmental and aesthetic impact of such activities. LOMA's Managing Director, Dr. Muyiwa Gbadejinsi, noted that these practices not only degrade the city, but also violate property rights and pose health risks. In an official notice, LOMA highlighted a rise in legal waste trading and warned that violators would face strict enforcement of the law under the Lagos State Environmental Management and Protection Law 2017. Gbadejinsi further cautioned that property owners permitting such activities risk revocation of their property rights. He stressed that the state would not tolerate actions that undermine efforts to maintain a cleaner and healthier environment. To enforce compliance, a joint task force comprising LOMA's Monitoring and Compliance Department and the Lagos State Environmental Sanitation Corps recently dislodged illegal recyclers and squatters at Ijora Olokwa Underbridge. The agency urged residents to use only licensed recycling facilities and register waste collectors to support sustainable waste management in Lagos. Elsewhere, the State Governor Monday Ukpebholo has pledged to petition the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) over alleged misappropriation of 96 billion naira linked to the administration of former Governor Godwin Obaseki. This comes after an administrative panel of inquiry investigated the financial activities of 18 impeached local government chairmen between September 2023 and November 2024. The panel, set up on December 18, 2024, indicted the former chairman and implicated members of the factional People's Democratic Party in the alleged fraud. Governor Ukpebholo, while receiving the report in Benin City, commended the panel's professionalism and stressed that financial recklessness in public office would no longer be tolerated. He assured that those found guilty would face prosecution. The panel's chairman, Solomon Imoyusen, revealed that forensic investigations uncovered significant financial irregularities, including over 95 billion naira received from the Joint Allocation Account Committee by the local councils, with little to show for meaningful projects. It also alleged that over 10 billion naira was siphoned under the guise of security, environment, and training, with funds reportedly diverted to individuals and private companies. However, former Governor Obaseki, Chief Press Secretary Crusoe Saigi, dismissed the report as politically motivated, arguing that Ukpebholo lacks supervisory power over local governments. He insisted that any suspected infractions should be referred to the appropriate agencies instead of engaging in propaganda. Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has prohibited teachers from involving students in manual labor, both on and off school grounds. This directive follows a visit to the School for Arabic Studies in Kano, where the governor discovered students working on digging a toilet pipeline. Expressing his displeasure, Yusuf questioned the headmaster about assigning such tasks to students, who explained the work was done after school hours. The governor emphasized that schools are institutions for education and moral guidance, not places for hard labor. He ordered the immediate cessation of the practice and assured the school management that his administration would renovate all dilapidated buildings, including the attached mosque. Yusuf also instructed that any future school projects be submitted to the Ministry of Education or his office for proper execution. In addition to addressing the issue at the school, the governor inspected ongoing reconstruction projects at the Kano Printing Press, damaged during the End Bad Governance protest, and urged contractors to adhere strictly to government standards. We bring more stories on the midday news after this timeout. Just stay tuned. Many thanks. We'll stay in tune to the midday news. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, Chief Executive Benga Komolafe has revealed that crude oil theft has dropped significantly to 5,000 barrels per day, enabling production to rise to 1.75 million barrels per day as of January 2025. Disclosing this at the Renewed Hope Global Town Hall Conference in Abuja, he credited the improvements to kinetic and non-kinetic interventions, which helped reverse a steep decline that saw production fall to 1.1 million barrels per day in 2022. Komolafe projected that oil production could increase by another 1 million barrels per day by the end of 2026. Highlighting industry reforms, Komolafe noted that gas production has also surged to 7 billion standard cubic feet per day, reflecting positive momentum in Nigeria's upstream sector. Under the Petroleum Industry Act, NUPRC has introduced key initiatives including the 10-year regulatory and corporate strategic plan and the 2024 licensing round, which offers 24 oil and gas assets to investors. The Commission also intensified its energy transition efforts through the Nigeria Gas Flare Commercialization Program and the Carbon Credits Earning Framework aimed at reducing emissions and monetizing decarbonization efforts. On investment and fiscal transparency, NUPRC has exceeded its revenue targets by 84% in 2024 and implemented regulations to curb oil theft and revenue leakages. To foster stability, 137 host community development trusts have been established alongside an alternative dispute resolution center to minimize disruptions in the sector. Komolafe emphasized that with a stable political climate, a growing gas economy, and clear energy transition policies, Nigeria is now better positioned for global energy investments. Talking more on business now, the Nigeria Export Processing Zones Authority, NEPZA, plans to revive 20 of the country's over 50 inactive free trade zones. Dr. Olufemi Ogunyemi, the managing director of NEPZA, revealed this during a live television program, assuring that efforts are underway to make Nigeria's free trade zones more attractive to investors. Ogunyemi explained that the traditional free trade zone concept has evolved into special economic zones, offering diverse opportunities beyond exports. Successful zones like the Lekki Free Trade Zone and Dangote Refinery have attracted significant foreign investments. Other states such as Kwara and Adamawa are also exploring agro-processing zones. To enhance efficiency and revenue generation, NEPZA has started reviewing tariffs and restructuring operations. Oguyemi highlighted that some zones generate up to 40 billion naira annually, contributing significantly to government's revenue. He reaffirmed NEPZA's commitment to improving Nigeria's investment environment through better policies and infrastructure. And now moving to the education sector, the West African Examinations Council WAEC has released the results of the 2024 West African Senior School Certificate Examination for private candidates. However, 2,577 results have been withheld. In a statement on Sunday, WAEC's acting head of public affairs, Moyoshola Adishino, highlighted that the exam was conducted using both traditional paper and pen and a new computer-based hybrid mode for the first time. The council urged candidates to check the results online while investigations into the withheld results continue. In the world of sports, the match Day 24 of the Nigerian Premier Football League, NPFL, kicked off during the weekend, featuring all the teams of the league. 7 games were played on Saturday, 15, with 2 of those games kicking off at 3 p.m. local time. The first 2 games featured Kano Pillars playing against Abia Warriors, while Enyimba faced Rivers United. The Kano Pillars defeated Abia Warriors by a 0-0 at the Sani Abacha Stadium after a late first-half goal by Mustafa Umar, while at the Enyimba Stadium, Enyimba defeated Rivers United also by 1-0. In the other games played simultaneously at 4 p.m. local time, Nasarawa United played a goalless draw versus Ikorodu City. Plateau United defeated the El Kanemi Warriors. Kwara United narrowly beat Bayelsa United by a 0-0, and Lobby Stars and Katsina United share a goal apiece in a 1-1 draw. Sunshine Stars defeat Akwa United in the last game of the day. Meanwhile, on Sunday 16, saw Rangers International defeat Remo Stars 2-1. Heartland beat Shooting Stars also by 2-1, and Bendel Insurance comfortably beat Niger Tornadoes 3-0 at home. That's the news. Many thanks for watching. There will be another bulletin at 3 p.m. and then it will be the World News. Many thanks for watching. I'm Blessing AJ. Good afternoon and stay with Souq News.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, because my HSC in Olivet, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. And I came back, did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with UAC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from UAC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edu. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you, but at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No, I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No, nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know. And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33.3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 1999, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company in industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria, let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. The tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, you just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And then once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened, and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member, I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental, when you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks. From being an assistant secretary, to becoming the National Secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. who never fail, forevermore. Amen. Jesus never fail. Amen. Jesus never fail. Amen. Jesus never fail. Jesus never fail. Jesus never fail. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza. Boya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Boya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanu Nwakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song, and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general. Everybody must have it. That this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors. And not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patriot by excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600, supporters outside Nigeria, they will not go by road, they will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years, they could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it, they could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, good luck, Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And The then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But this is unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the supporters club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not go well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, I mean in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee and all the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we are supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the president general is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the president general worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me, what did we win in the last 8, 9 years? Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Cote d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Pasero to go to Cote d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious, and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly, and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it, now it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria, and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouzet. I was there in England, where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Amadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these two coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as a twin deal. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money, other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3, 4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to both the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? is very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see were developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sides have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future. And of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football. Yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this, if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 billion, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the third place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's why we're asking that we should put more money, we should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports. They give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match, in Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, one, you are helping the youth. Two, you are helping the nation. Three, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness from, of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Ipega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Ipega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like 50, almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. You can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished, as I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think that those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978, 79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos, or should I say Abuja, was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day. And NTE used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Miss Judy Coker, was there. So we used to see, we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan, we would go to Ijebu, we would go to Benin, we would go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad would pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion evolving through Nigeria has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money into it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist, institutional, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I'd gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally, we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country, because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation, that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, you won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, you know, and the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you're treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the mass, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and leave. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, sorry. And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first Pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoiseshell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the Meneme people, who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the Meneme people say to God, please give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these Meneme people has to go to the Venus bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. And you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in the God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities. And these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Pa Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria, as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important. Like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also Chinawood, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration is, I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have very good English business partner, Israeli business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward because people want to know about Nigeria. They love, in Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives. And that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer. You could be a filmmaker. You could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing. You could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, for my mother's riverside, there's one seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a egusi for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be a lie to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays. And Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sports. Polo. Nigeria. I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make wealth and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married. And I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king, and he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the Oba Bini won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely upbringing. Upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? My one of my philosophies in life is like this. You're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, just get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then, was going on having the 3rd one. So it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, what, all the, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. There was nothing wrong. In fact, when I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said, oh, they're having something in school, I'm there. Okay, I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was enough encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gift. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking at what. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could say that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked around like, Are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel. Please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will invite me, the top fashion designers there would, when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design board is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years, I kept them. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of man goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls, they part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die, you understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious, when you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of. I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street. His birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo.
Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out, starting Centreforce Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009 Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Girigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Girigu Power PLC. Girigu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Girigu Power, sold down a Girigu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Welcome to the World News on Souq News Television. I am Tim Tokwe Omoli. South Africa's rand remained stable early on Monday, trading at 18.36 against the US dollar, slightly up from its previous close of 18.35. Investors are awaiting Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana's budget speech later this week, which is expected to provide crucial insights into the country's economic plans. The budget speech, set for Wednesday, will outline the government's spending priorities, revenue measures, and updated economic forecast for the year. Analysts are closely watching for potential changes to the country's fiscal outlook, including the projected budget deficit. In the bond market, South Africa's 2030 government bond saw modest weakness, with its yield rising by 1.5 basis points to 9.11%. Analysts predict a wider budget deficit than previously forecasted over the next 3 years. And still in South Africa, there is a consideration for turning to Russia or Iran for expansion of its nuclear power capacity, a move that could strain its relationship with the United States and delay the renewal of a crucial energy pact. This comes as the mounting scrutiny from Washington following claims in a recent U.S. executive order that South Africa may be re-engaging with Iran on nuclear-related matters. However, South Africa has denied any such cooperation. The country, which operates Africa's only nuclear power plant, Koeberg, aims to add 2,500 megawatts of new capacity to address frequent electricity outages and reduce emissions. Gwede Mantashe, South Africa's Minister of Mineral and Petroleum Resources, emphasized that the country would not rule out any potential bidders, including Russia or Iran, if their offers are the most competitive. The decision to expand the nuclear program has been delayed due to legal challenges, and the country's previous energy pact with the U.S. lapsed in December 2022. We're still staying in Africa, where the richest man, Aliko Dangote, has unveiled a $400 million plan to revive a second production line at the Moga cement plant in Ethiopia, aiming to double annual capacity to 5 million tons. Despite past setbacks, including regional violence and the tragic killing of staff in 2018, Dangote highlighted the company's resilience, stating that they have fully repaid loans and repatriated profits. The expanded facility is expected to be operational within 30 months. In addition to the cement plant expansion, Dangote announced plans to build a new 3 million ton per year cement grinding unit and invest in the Omokura's sugar factory in partnership with state-owned Ethiopian investment houses. These investments reflect Dangote's ongoing commitment to Ethiopia's industrial growth and economic development. Still in Africa, this time in Ghana, the Office of the Special Prosecutor, OSP, has charged a worker of the Microfinance and Small Loan Center, Souq, and 5 others in connection with payroll fraud. The charges were announced on February 17, 2025, as part of ongoing efforts to combat corruption and fraudulent activities in government institutions. The suspects are accused of embezzling funds through fraudulent payroll practices. Kisi Agebeng, the Special Prosecutor, has emphasized the OSP's commitment to investigating and prosecuting such cases, ensuring accountability in public sector operations. The accused individuals allegedly exploited loopholes in the payroll system to divert funds affecting the operations of Souq, which plays a critical role in providing loans to small businesses and individuals. This case follows a series of investigations into public sector fraud, underscoring the OSP's efforts to tackle corruption at all levels. The prosecution aims to hold the perpetrators accountable with a broader goal of promoting transparency and integrity in government agencies. In Thailand, new draft regulations are proposing strict entry requirements for locals wishing to access casinos as part of the country's plan to boost its gaming industry and tourism. Under the proposal, Thai nationals would need at least 50 million baht, roughly $1.5 million, in fixed deposits for at least 6 months to enter casinos. There would also be an entry fee of up to 5,000 baht, which is approximately 148.28 United States dollars. These requirements, which aim to attract foreign investment, could limit access to the casinos for many locals. With Thailand's per capita GDP standing at around $7,300, analysts believe these rules could dampen investor interest. Public hearings for the draft law begin February 15 to March 1, with the draft expected to be reviewed by the Thai cabinet before moving to parliament. Despite some opposition within Thailand, the government is optimistic that the move will boost tourism and generate significant revenue. You're still watching the World News here on Souq News Television. Stay tuned for more stories right after this break. Thanks for staying with us. The United Nations has requested $6 billion in aid for Sudan in 2025, a 40% increase from last year's appeal. The funds are needed to address the worsening humanitarian crisis caused by the ongoing conflict between Sudan's army and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, RSF. This 22-month war has displaced a fifth of the population and left nearly half of Sudan facing severe hunger. The United Nations warns that the situation is set to worsen, with famine already reported in multiple locations, including displacement camps in Darfur. UN Emergency Relief Coordinator Tom Fletcher described the crisis as shocking, highlighting the growing number of child casualties, widespread sexual violence, and the collapse of basic services. Iran has reaffirmed its commitment to its nuclear program, with the country's foreign ministry spokesperson Esmail Baghaei stating that Iran will continue its peaceful nuclear efforts without hesitation. Baghaei emphasized that the program is in line with Iran's rights under the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, which the country has adhered to for 3 decades. The remarks come after U.S. and Israeli officials vowed to counter Iran's nuclear ambitions. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, during their meeting in Jerusalem, stressed their determination to halt Iran's nuclear advancements, accusing the country of destabilizing the Middle East. Tensions rise as both sides continue to assert their positions, with global attention focused on potential consequences of these ongoing disputes. And Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has ruled out any territorial concessions to Ukraine ahead of crucial talks with U.S. officials in Saudi Arabia. Lavrov made the statement on Monday, stressing that no land would be surrendered to Ukraine, which is currently 20% controlled by Russian forces. The talks, set for today, come after United States President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin agreed to start negotiations to end the ongoing war in Ukraine. The Kremlin has indicated that discussions will focus on restoring relations between Russia and the United States, as well as exploring potential steps to bring an end to the conflict. Lavrov's comments also dismissed Ukrainian proposals for the U.S. to access Ukraine's rare earth metals, mocking the idea of territorial concessions. We move to the Asian market now, where there was a rise on Monday as investors monitored global economic conditions while U.S. President Donald Trump moved forward with new tariffs. Some tariffs have been delayed for negotiations, but experts warn they could still impact global trade and stock markets. Hong Kong stocks climbed after reports that Chinese President Xi Jinping would meet Alibaba co-founder Jack Ma and other business leaders, raising hopes for private sector support. A boost in tech shares also followed the launch of DeepSeek, the Chinese AI chatbot. Japan's market saw slight gains despite a slowdown in its economy, while other Asian markets, including Shanghai and Seoul, also rose. Investors are also watching geopolitical developments as Trump suggested a possible meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin to discuss the Ukrainian war. Japan's bond yields have jumped to their highest levels in over a decade, with the Bank of Japan BOJ suggesting it might raise interest rates sooner than expected. The yield on Japan's 10-year government bond rose to 1.375%, the highest since 2010. This change is partly due to higher inflation and stronger economic growth, which are pushing bond yields up and the yen stronger. Mitsubishi UFJ Morgan Stanley Securities now believes the BOJ will raise rates to 0.75% in July, earlier than their previous forecast of later in the year. Former BOJ official Nobuyasu Atago even thinks the BOJ could raise rates as soon as April because inflation is rising faster than expected. The BOJ has been signaling that Japan's low interest rates can't continue forever. Markets are now predicting an 80% chance of a rate hike in July, with more hikes possible later in 2025. The BOJ is focusing on inflation and rising wages, which are pushing the need for higher rates. Some experts believe the BOJ could raise rates to 1.5% in the next couple of years, aiming for a more neutral interest rate between 1% and 2%. We'll take another break now, and when we return, we bring you more stories. Don't go away. Glad to know you're still there with us. We move to India, where the stock market has continued to plummet, with the Sensex falling at 3,000 points over 9 sessions. The Nifty 50 has also been in a free fall, with more impact on the small cap and micro cap segments, where retail investors are experiencing losses. According to business analysts, the Nifty's current decline marks its longest downward trend since 2019, when it fell by 5% over 9 sessions between April 30 and May 13 of the same year. Despite a 6% recovery, the situation has continued to raise concerns amongst players in India's stock market industry. Investors have also remained anxious about potential further declines as market stability remains elusive. European stocks increased today as a number of defense stocks surged. Pan-European Stock 600 went up by 0.3%, which was lifted by a 3.3% uptick in the Stoxx 600 Aerospace and Defense Index. Germany's Renk Group and Rheinmetall increased by 15% and 9% higher, respectively. Meanwhile, the UK's BAE System rose by 7%, making it its best day since July 3. The rise comes in the midst of an emergency summit of European leaders in Paris today to discuss how to respond to US President Donald Trump's decision to sideline Europe and how to guarantee Ukraine's country security in the future. The UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has called on European nations to enhance their defense capabilities and funding to support Ukraine's long-term security. Speaking ahead of an emergency summit in Paris, Starmer emphasized that Europe faces a generational challenge and must take a more active role in protecting Ukraine's sovereignty. His remarks follow concerns over upcoming US-Russia peace talks in Saudi Arabia, from which European and Ukrainian representatives have been excluded. Starmer highlighted the need for a collective European response, including the potential deployment of UK and European troops to maintain peace along the Ukrainian-Russian border if a peace agreement is reached. He also reaffirmed his commitment to increasing the UK's defense spending to 2.5% of GDP. This statement comes amid ongoing discussions about Europe's role in ensuring regional stability and security. The Paris summit will bring together leaders from key European countries, along with NATO and EU officials, to address strategic concerns over the exclusion from US-Russia negotiations. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has voiced disapproval of any agreements made without Ukraine's involvement, emphasizing the importance of European unity and support in safeguarding Ukraine's sovereignty. Microsoft has announced a new investment of $700 million in Poland aimed at enhancing the country's cybersecurity infrastructure. The announcement came during a joint press conference with Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk on Monday. While further details were not disclosed, the company's president emphasized the importance of strengthening Poland's cybersecurity efforts in partnership with the armed forces. This new funding will support the second phase of Microsoft's $1 billion data center project, which was first announced in 2020. The data center, now operational since 2023, offers cloud services to both businesses and government institutions in Poland, reinforcing the country's digital infrastructure. And in the ever-exciting world of sports, Champions League playoffs, the UEFA Champions League knockout playoffs continue tomorrow, February 18, 2025, with several decisive second-leg fixtures that will determine which teams advance to the round of 16. Among the headline, Manchester City faces Real Madrid at the Santiago Bernabeu with Romanian referee Istvan Kovacs officiating at the Allianz Arena. Bayern Munich hosts Celtic, holding a 2-1 aggregate lead from the first leg. Meanwhile, Juventus takes on PSV Eindhoven and Feyenoord battles AC Milan as all four clubs fight for a coveted spot in the next phase. The knockout playoff round consists of two-legged ties, with the first legs played on February 11 and 12, and the second leg scheduled for February 18 and 19. The winners will join the 8 teams that have already secured their places in the round of 16. The draw for the next stage will take place on February 21, 2025, setting the stage for the next phase of Europe's Premier Club competition. And that's the world news here on Souq News Television. Many thanks for watching. Don't forget, we're live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and X. My name is Temitope Omole. Have a good afternoon.
In Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation, and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space, networking and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komolafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people, as they express the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of Xenox Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihe Tuge, Eke, on February 22, 1956, in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His roots is traced back to Ubommiri, Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Eke's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Eke's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
So I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing, okay, and got somewhere, not there, right? Okay, so in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course, okay? And the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, that you have university counselors who observe you in classes and direct you properly. And they thought since I was going back to Africa, there were no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and continue computer science. I said, no, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the esteemed University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, Eke can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT Solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in a garage. Okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat. Okay, until you build such, get to such a level with a system and structure in place. And then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools, connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above. You understand? Instead of starting, a lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Aker's major hit into the business world commenced with the establishment of Xenox Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, Xenox Computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing (WHQL) certification, showing Xenox's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey. Dr. Ake's entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company Xenox made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Ake's strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by Xenos in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with Xenos retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga. Leonard Stanley Ake also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC, and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout Ake's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflect his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I scheme, providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. Ake's foundation furthers his charitable efforts, supporting various causes with different donations across the country.
Now, I see entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? Yeah. I see entrepreneurs trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent. But they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur, he hasn't started, he has expensive cars. Entrepreneurs, startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria OFR in 2004. Eke is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership, Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
Leadership is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest is that I'm excited with this 21st century because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters who are doing well in their respective fields of endeavors, just like their parents. As Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke continues to chart new territories and inspire future generations, it speaks to the limitless potential of the African entrepreneurial spirit. With his visionary leadership and unwavering resolve, Dr. Eke embodies the essence of innovation and resilience, creating indelible marks on Nigeria's business in Africa and humanity. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke. In the realm of human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ige Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Iboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry.
So one of the things that lawyers and law students will have you know is that the knowledge that they acquire from studying law makes them able to operate in various disciplines. You know, personally, I think it takes a lot of guts to study extensively as law students do. And that's not to say that people of other disciplines don't do the same thing as well. But law is time consuming. There are facts that cannot be changed. So you have to study what was written many years ago. So it takes a certain kind of discipline to go to school to study law and then be called to the Nigerian bar or any other bar, as a matter of fact. So I think that discipline carries on when they now venture into other projects in their lives. And it's not just Mr. Ike that has done this switch from law to banking. The late Otumba Shubumi Balogun himself was a lawyer and now made a move into merchant banking. So clearly, there has to be something that bankers need from the legal side. I mean, if you are dealing with money and financial, there has to be legal regulations that go into it. So I think having a great knowledge of the law, which will have studied financial, policies and instruments and all whatnot, gives you a slight edge if you now want to move into the money market, which is what I think has happened for Mr. I thus far.
I think as a young man who was working in a finance company, with my boss then, I've had contact with him at Guaranty Trust Bank, where he started his career from. I've met him one or two occasions at that level when he was a senior manager, where we were looking for treasury instruments and forward placement far back. But then his background is law, and he has used the instrument of law to advance his practice in the banking sector. But in my view, what is more remarkable in his journey to success, and having made success of banking, particularly with the acquisition of former Intercontinental Bank, which is now Access Holding, and with some other business that is involved, Coronation Group of Company, comes to me as a very shrewd businessman, somebody that is professional in outlook, the way he has operated within that sector of the Nigerian economy. But in my view, I think his public advocacy in terms of public sector reform is more remarkable to me as a Nigerian that is committed to seeing reforms work in the public sector. So he has an initiative that he has run with one of the schools of government at the Oxford University in the UK that find a way to support young people, and they find a way to develop those young minds.
Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today. It's not
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability.
In every generation, there are outliers. There are people that are almost supernaturally inclined to do certain things. And that's not to remove the place of hard work. Now, if you look at how children today go to school, we tend to finish school early, like 19 and 20, right? So in an era that the average graduating age was, say, 22 and 23, and you have a guy that has graduated at 18 and 19, he naturally has a head start, you know, among his peers that will have gone to secondary school. But beyond that, genius, you know, it's not as important as hard work. You know, if you're a genius, yes, you might have that gift, but if you don't work hard at it, it's not going to drive you anywhere. For somebody to be this successful, it can't just be happenstance. It can't just be a gift. Yes, you might have the natural gift for learning quickly, for being brilliant, but if you do not study and apply yourself, there's no way that genius can shine through, which is what I think is the case, you know, with Ike at this point. So him having that head start played a role, but him also being aware of his brilliance and applying it appropriately plays a major role in some of his moves as you've seen. I'm sure there are other people that are graduated at that same age, 18, 19. In some cases, you might find 17, but how far have they gone in creating legacies such as this? How far have they gone in working on institutions that is going to outlive all of them? So those are some of the things that I think stand Ike apart, and the proof is in the work that is done thus far.
Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria.
He also had done some great work beyond advocacy in terms of actual initiative, particularly in the health sector, health service delivery across Africa. To me, is corporate social responsibility
beyond just giving handouts to immediate community, in my view, is one of the greatest testimony that we can say of Imokwede in recent times. So it's somebody to be reckoned with. For me, what is unique and what is outstanding, which you can describe as one of the best Nigerian men of this generation that have impacted their immediate community, that have impacted Nigeria as a whole, and that they are impacting Africa, particularly in the reform which is undertaken in the public service in Nigeria. That initiative has done a lot of service delivery in the public sector.
He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Ike Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus, and the Yusuf Grillos, and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Even though he's not in the academics, I see some element of scholarship in him, in the way he drives his foundation in particular. And I've spoken to some of those aspects of Ike Imokwede. I think for people to see how they can impact society based on evidence-based research that they believe in, and that if we go into a certain sector, have them make good of their professional calling, and investing in some other sector. I do know for sure that they have a registrar department. I think they have insurance businesses, they have services businesses. Just shows a man that is driven by an uncommon knack for entrepreneurship and enterprise development. And I think it's one of the iconic Nigerian of this generation that will continue to impart in terms of mentoring, in terms of coaching, in terms of providing a leadership compass to the new generation. And to that, I salute his courage, I salute his resilience, and I salute his simplicity.
collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
A huge criticism of the Nigerian civil service is that civil servants are often disconnected from the nation building process. They just want to clock in, clock out. They have no vested interest beyond what the government pays them, per month. So if you are somebody that was restless as a young Ige was, you want to input some kind of change into it. Working as a civil servant ought to be a thing of pride, and it is. But for many countries, Nigeria being a prime example, the process of civil servants interfacing with their duties with government is often monotonous and boring and mundane. So if you were a smart person that had experienced it firsthand, as I suppose that Mr. Ives had seen it, it naturally falls on you to want to lend your brilliance to expediting the process of civil service. And it's incredible what he's been able to do, offering the services to the federal government, and also look at what he's doing with the art sector. It's not surprising because if his mom was curator of the National Museum, you can see how Ito has invested in art collections, not just for himself, but to give artists, an opening to display their talent, to show up their works, and ensure that the creative sector enjoys the same type of access and privilege that banking has come to enjoy thus far.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimoh. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Iboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointment as chairman. Iboje Ige Imokwede is back again. Ige Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ige Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and Federal Capital Territory plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power. And that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had funds to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. It was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. Somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to, there's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. Nigeria has 210 million people. Yes, officially. You can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I am not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources, we have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. It's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions. But the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. The last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector, and even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks. Okay. But you have
the independent ISO under them, how is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then, now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. You know, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or you know, whereas this is a sector that is, I mean, you need long-term fund. You know, you need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. Or almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are building the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinje, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kVA substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri. And because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. I mean, it's not repairs, but you know, they need to change the oil and, you know, make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbrance. You know, initially, NDPAC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPAC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our, but because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the network. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPHC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPHC. It's like LLNG. LLNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. Of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPHC. I'm really hoping that we'll and adopt the NLLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. There's a lot of confusion in the society, and even those some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPHC. They don't even know. We were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPHC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, you know how wide that sector, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to, and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities. Yes, exactly from functioning very well. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back. You have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened. The Naira float. The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too. This is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, everybody, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of, because petrol burns faster, you use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So, generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. I mean, not only intelligent meters, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds. Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
I'm Gode Odidi, the CEO of Mindset Media Achievers Gabro Limited. Mindset Media is all about celebrating people from nobody to somebody. We celebrate excellence, we celebrate innovation, we're also celebrating networking people from one part of the country to another. Oh yeah, the events about Global Mindset Media Achiever Excellence Awards, celebrating people with integrity. We celebrate our 13th anniversary at Lekki Noventa Hotel, Lagos, last Sunday. And I can tell you that this is the first time we are giving an award to non-Nigerians from Sierra Leone. They're based in the US. And most of our awardees were from abroad, you know. This is the first time we did that, and this event was so fantastic that, you know what boss said, it's beyond me, because the crowd we were expecting 150 guests, but we had over 250 guests. The hall we wanted to use is not the hall we wanted to use, but God did it one way. We used the hall of 1.2 million naira, where at least the 1,000 capacity could reach everybody, and everybody were so happy. The mindset that was about being inspired by God. I started from Ajigule to Festac. Actually, we started from a church venue because we cannot afford a venue then. That was 2011. But consistency, determination, perseverance took us to where we are. We have been doing the program at Festac. In 2001, I just made a prophetic statement that I'm taking this program out of Festac to Lekki. One of the guests that came and one of the awardees told me, said, that November, he reminded me, December, said, what you said, you have to fulfill it. And last year we did it, but I can tell you this year was fantastic, because I've received calls all over the world. People are telling me that this program is beyond. Even people are now beginning to nominate. As I'm telling you now, we have already have people nominating for the next award. So the program is all about networking. I did something again that day. Everybody in that program, like what Mindset Media, everybody is equal, whether you are rich, you are poor, we had our guests, and I told them publicly that everybody should network. Everybody should collect each person's number to network. Tell them your business. Even my team, I advertise them what you are doing for a living so that people can contact you. So Mindset Media is about connecting people, their businesses, anything they are doing, but they must be credible, they must have integrity, they must have professionalism. Yes, the individual that received the award, from different categories. We have people from the business world, the technology. We have people from politics. We have, and the way we nominate the people, we have a style we're doing nominating our people on website, and we have our website. We advertise your name. If you are nominated, we throw it to the public. We started our nominations that was June. Our nomination was open by June, so we started nominating people. The nomination came over 700 nominees, but we have to select them with my team to 31 because we discovered that we can't just give everybody an award. People were ready to pay, but we said we are not giving an award based on money. But because of the economic hardship, we have to say, okay, let them have a standard. We have gold table, we have a platinum table, where each of the awardees they sat down, and we did a lot of things to improve humanity in this award. Oh, this award this year, I'm very flabbergasted. Let me use that. I'm super excited because this year award was fantastic because when I met our boss here, the first day I came here, we discussed. I was super excited because this year award was fantastic. People are calling me all over the world because I have not seen that. I discovered the award has grown beyond me. As what boss said, it has grown beyond me because even my team, we couldn't even meet up the people, the guests, and I was surprised. And we did so many things, what we have not done before, because in every year of our award, every mistake we have done, we improve on it the next year. But this year we did something very fantastic. We brought things that world-class awards, Headies awards. We brought classic things into the system. He now made it look so great that people were saying, is it God or this? Somebody was asking, do I do ritual? We're asking, what happened? Even people saw the picture. People are still calling me from Sweden. People calling me from UK, telling me that, are you the one doing this award? You did an excellent job. What we did is that we have to go through a lot of people who are experienced, like Mr. Victor Oluwafemi, a lot of people who believe in my dream. I listen to their advice. I even listen to the advice of my team. And as young as them, when they brought the ideas, I said, okay, let's work on it. And those ideas work for us. So, and at the end of the day, we did so many things. When you look at the economy and look at such an event put together, so if our people went home and they are thanking God today too. You see, it's a very big problem in Nigeria, searching for a good leader. The economic hardship is not helping matter. And today, for you to see young people driving leadership force is very difficult now because they have made the system so very poor that you have to think about your stomach first before you talk about quality leadership. And this situation is that it just depends on youth like us I resigned from my political appointment. I had a political appointment. I was supposed to be in Abuja with a senator who won the election. I was the chief press secretary. I have to resign because I discovered that my vision was so great. I don't want to sit down somewhere waiting for political salary and other stuff, killing my vision that I've built for 13 years. I have to resign to enter the streets, which I am. So to build leaders, it will take years because, first of all, let's look at how Nigeria was given. It was a foreigner that gave Nigeria this name, Florence Shaw. That means everything we are doing in Nigeria is foreign. We cannot live without foreign things. So you don't expect quality leadership at this moment because we are not really electing the right leaders in the right positions. If, for example, the last elections, Nigerians came out and vote. If our votes are counted, Nigeria can decide that this is the person we want. If you make any mistake, we'll tell you, go out of the leadership. But it's not like that. So it will take some years because the system has impoverished, have made many people poor. So when they see money, they can say anything. They can support anybody they like. But I'm praying that by God's grace in my generation and other generations coming, they should also look at how you as a youth must be self-employed. Self-employed means that you should, when you see something that is wrong, say it out. Even though somebody is paying you salary, tell the person this thing is wrong. So if we're able to have such leaders in place, Nigeria will have a better leadership, but it will take years. First of all, you must be educationally equipped. The level we have now, we're in the social media era. Social media can teach you good, bad, ugly, and so on. You can expose yourself to many training, skills. The reason why our youth remain where we are not ready to learn. We know it all. We have a lot of youth. At this age, I've written over 14 books. And this time around, my books sold so much in this the program where people want to read. I was surprised that Nigerians are still reading, despite the hardship. So people want to read. People want to learn. People want new things. So I'm advising the youth now, try to be self-independent. Have integrity. Build yourself for tomorrow. Don't allow any political leader to take you unaware. So if we can build ourselves, I'm telling you, the future is bright for the youth.
My name is Ali Young. I'm with the Gamehers, which is a social media tech platform for women in video games. And we're here in Nigeria today. Glad to be here. People are just absolutely lovely. The food is fantastic, and looking forward to getting out of the hotel and conference and seeing much more. I mean, for me, I'm a gamer. I met my husband playing video games 20 years ago, and it actually is something that has been part of my lifestyle. Family time is spent with my daughter and my husband playing video games. We've met online friends in person, gone on vacations with them. They were a part of our wedding. It's really been just an amazing connection point and social point for us. And so when I had the opportunity to work with the Gamehers, it really became home to me, right? Because it's with people who are very like-minded and an amazing community. Yes, so the Gamehers, social media tech platform for women in the video game industry, creators, game devs, entrepreneurs. And for us, we are a safe space where people can connect. Something that you and I spoke about earlier around, playing video games and feeling the pressure to be good at it and wanting to, and kind of the toxicity around the online culture a little bit, because it is a little bit male-dominated, right? And I feel like the Gamehers was built around that. In fact, I remember the very first gaming conference that I went to, and literally it was a room that had about 200 people, and there were 3 women, including myself. And I thought, we have to do better, right? I mean, I play video games. I have friends that play video games who are women, and I feel like it's extremely important for us to spread that message that it is okay to play video games as a female. Additionally, Gen A, Gen Z, 98% of the younger generations are playing video games now, right? They don't identify as gamers like people who go to movies don't identify as movieists, right? And so it's just a part of their life. And what's interesting is that even though there are 3.2 billion gamers globally, and half of those are women, we're still underrepresented in the professional esports world, in game development, and leadership positions. So it was New Year's Eve, and I had busted my knee. I was living in Colorado. I busted my knee skiing. And so there I was at home for the very first time doing nothing on New Year's Eve. And I thought to myself, maybe I'll go check out this game, right? And so I jumped on this video game and had my knee propped up, having a drink and just relaxing. And I see online a chat that there was this giveaway for an online New Year's Eve party. And I thought to myself, this is the lamest thing I have ever seen in my life. I will never share this story out loud. And I went to this online New Year's Eve party where they were giving away free stuff and in-game free stuff, right? And so I'm in there, and it was player versus player games, so people could attack each other and kill each other in the game. And so as I was standing there, this guy jumped this other guy, slayed him in the game, and the dead player dropped gear, and you could rename it. And so this guy picks up the gear like a serial killer, brands it so-and-so's baldric, and I thought it was hilarious, and that was my husband, now husband. So he's not a serial killer though, so that's good. I'll share this with you. So the Game Hers, since its inception in 2020, we created a platform where we celebrate women through the Game Hers Awards. And we had our first, it had been virtual through COVID, and we had our first live Game Hers Awards in Atlanta in March 1 to kick off Women's History Month. And we had a room full of 300 people, women and their allies, where we celebrated their contributions to other women in gaming and inclusivity. And it was incredible to just see people who haven't met in person. I mean, if you think about how you work with people now and remote life is so prevalent. I mean, you think about how you meet people online now anyway, right? And then when you meet them in person, that relationship just escalates and just gets even better. And so the Game Hers provides that space to be able to do that, right? We have an online community. We provide opportunities to meet in person through a lot of different events. Much like Dunhill Ventures brings together, they bring together family offices and investors to connect and create networks and create relationships. That's what the Game Hers does. Video games has become the new media. When you look at live streaming, you look at content creation, there's such a big piece of that's entertainment. And as a person who plays video games, you get to do both, right? If you go to a restaurant now or a bar, you see concepts where there's axe throwing, there's things you can do, play golf, right? The video gaming is just a lifestyle piece of that. I think that it's just become normalized. I mean, my daughter's generation, she's 17. She's been playing video games since she was 2, right? And whether that's learning video games and educational video games, or, you know, it's Call of Duty. I mean, she plays them all, and she tries them. A lot of times it's her friend group. Her friends like to play video games as well, and so they do that together. Sometimes in person, with their computers next to each other, or, you know, on consoles, and sometimes that's just online. So I think we all play games. I mean, if you played soccer when you were younger, or football, right? If you played basketball or sports, we compete all the time, right? Leaderboards, points, things like that. I mean, everything is a game. And so I think that the Game Hers provides a place where women who play video games can connect. And that's the beauty of it. So I was actually in Riyadh when I met the Dunhill Ventures Group, and they invited us to come out to Lagos. It was an opportunity. I was supposed to be at South by Southwest this week, and ended up canceling all my travel plans. Told the team, I was like, I am gonna stay in Riyadh for a couple of days and then go straight to Lagos, because the opportunity here is vast. The demographics in this region and in Africa has the youngest, the youngest demographics. Gen A, Gen Zs, 98% are gamers, and so the population is intrinsically part of our group. However, organically, our 10% of our international community is in Nigeria. And that has just been organic. We haven't done any programming here. We haven't done any events. It's just people finding us online and connecting with our team, with our community. So we are the Game Hers. That's TheGamehers. On all socials, and thegamehers.com. Please download our app. It's tgh.app, and it can be downloaded on Apple, Google, and we're also on desktop as well. And connect with us. Our community, surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, is very inclusive. While we focus on women and we are femme-based, we do have non-binaries and femme-identifying people, and also our allies who are men and male. Gaming has been shown to teach our children and to teach ourselves mental acuity, hand-eye coordination, problem solving, which I feel doesn't happen enough. But gamers have to learn how to lose, which is also something that doesn't happen enough, and also the grit to keep going, right? And so I think there are a lot of very good benefits to gaming, just as well as negative things, just as well as anything else. We are very focused this year on our international growth, and this is part of it. If you're connecting with us, join our community, get to know the people and connect with the people first, and then find affinities to the different games that you want to play. There's so many different kinds of games. There's a game for everyone.
got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.